Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And our top story all throughout this day is going to be the weather. We've got a 1-2 punch of weather system headed our way. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us that the first batch of bad weather arrives in the overnight hours tonight into tomorrow. And the risk for thunderstorms that produce damaging straight-line winds and heavy rain exists during this storm. A few tornadoes and large hail cannot be ruled out. And then there's Saturday storms as well.
Most of the area is under that elevated 3 out of 5 risk, the exception being far northwest middle Tennessee and parts of southwestern Kentucky. Heavier rainfall going to be one of the main concerns, damaging straight line winds up to 65 miles per hour or more. We could see some decent sized hail, and your tornado threat, of course, it is there, something we will pay very close attention to.
And we'll keep you updated with all the latest information right here on WTN. A capitulation from Democrat Senate leader Chuck Schumer, now saying he will back a House Republican spending bill. ABC's Ali Pecorin from Capitol Hill.
Minority Leader Schumer signaled that the dam has finally broken. He came out making that announcement that he would provide a vote to keep the bill moving forward. And usually we don't see party leaders making announcements like that unless they know that they have the support of at least some members of their party. So it largely seems like Democrats are not going to stop this bill from advancing, and we will avert a government shutdown. But obviously, nothing's baked until it is completely done.
ABC reports reporters heard shouting during a closed-door meeting of Democrats on the government shutdown issue yesterday. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Sell-off on Wall Street fears over President Trump's trade war slowing down the U.S. economy and the threat of a government shutdown sending stocks tumbling. The Dow fell 537 points. The S&P dropped 78 points, pushing that index into correction territory, meaning it lost 10% of its value since its peak last month. The Nasdaq lost 345 points. The Labor Department reports U.S. wholesale prices in February were unchanged from the month before, suggesting that inflation is easing for now, but the tariffs are not included. Mortgage rates are edging higher, ending a 7-week slide as spring home buying season revs up. The average rate of a 30-year mortgage averaged 6.65% this week, up from 6.63 last week. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And we're looking at stock futures this morning. Things are on the plus side. We've got the Dow futures up 223. NASDAQ futures, they're up 195. S&P futures gaining 43 points. That is the latest news, traffic and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looking good this morning on the interstates heading in. No problems on 24. They picked up the overnight work on the overhead signage. They picked that up early this morning, and the roadway was opened up pretty quickly. No problems coming in on 65, and 40 is looking pretty good as well. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into a Friday. Man, do we have some rough weather ahead. So we will keep you updated on all things weather throughout the day today. This forecast seems to be ever-changing and not in a good way. Joan, we've got bad storms tonight, as in overnight Friday into Saturday morning, and nothing is off the table, it would appear.
Yep.
This is going to be severe weather. We're talking about possible tornadoes and the rest of it. So we have that overnight Friday into Saturday.
About 2 a.m., 2 to 4 a.m., depending on where you live. To the west, it's going to hit a little sooner. To the east, it's going to hit a little bit later. But that's about the time that things will start rocking and rolling around here.
Okay, and then, but basically, do I understand it right? All weekend long, we are going to have rain, storms, the possibility of severe weather as well?
Saturday is going to also be, same deal. Things will get started. They say that stretch of storm is going to last quite a while, starting in the afternoon all the way through about 10, 11 o'clock at night on Saturday. Sunday, however, does not look like we're going to have storms. Things actually look pretty good on Sunday. Partial sunshine on Sunday. Around 55 degrees.
All right, so we can chill out and relax on Sunday.
Yeah, but until then, be ready. Be really ready. You're going to keep it here, of course. If you've got weather apps, keep them on.
Yep.
No, weather radio is a good idea. Just be aware.
Just be weather aware, as we like to say, especially going to bed tonight. All right, thank you, Joan. We'll have the complete weather forecast again coming up at 5:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There is a lot going on as far as news goes. By the way, coming up at 7:35, we'll have State Representative Mike Sparks. He will be in to talk about a couple of pieces of legislation that we've been talking about here on Nashville's Morning News. Looking forward to that in studio at 7:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There is so much going on as far as the news this morning, just like any morning these days. The latest on Mahmoud Khalil, that is still a big topic of conversation. He does remain in custody out in Louisiana. One of the things that I find funny is that you have clearly the media is trying to make this into a free speech issue. It's not a free speech issue. But I love the headline that I saw this morning where they say that Mahmoud Khalil thought he was being kidnapped as detention unfolded. Well, it would take one to know one because, of course, he supports Hamas and they are famous for their kidnappings, although clearly this was not a kidnapping. This was the Trump administration going after somebody who clearly, at least to me, supports terrorism. And I really like part of the fight back against all of this criticism, this avalanche of criticism that the Trump administration is getting for detaining this guy and trying to deport this terrorist-supporting, terrorist-loving green card holder. But you know what? These folks who are green card holders, these people that are here on visas, they don't have a right to be in our country. You can't come in and cause all kinds of chaos and expect the American people and our government to just say, oh, well, yeah, that's fine, no problem. Speaking of chaos, did you see what happened at Trump Tower yesterday? All of these protesters took over Trump Tower. And he wasn't there, obviously, but there they were taking over the entire lobby of the building. Now, just remember, because this is a cause celeb for the Democrats, right? They wouldn't support a 13-year-old with cancer, yet they will support Mahmoud Khalil. Remember who this guy is. The leader of the pro-Hamas movement at Columbia University. He worked with, and I know I'm retracing for you, some of you folks from yesterday, he worked with the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. They support Hamas. They provide material support for Hamas, hiding them, helping them with funding. He was part of their organization in New York back in 2023. And the United States wants him deported. The Trump administration wants him deported. And yes, even if he does have a green card, he has been here since December of 2022 to get his master's degree at Columbia. Then he became a legal resident, a legal permanent resident last year with that green card. And then, of course, he starts all of this bad behavior. He was and is the ringleader of those pro-Hamas movements at Columbia University, which, you had people, Jewish folks, who were spat on, intimidated. The school was vandalized. You could talk about the trespassing. You remember all of that insanity, yet you still have a very sympathetic mainstream media who say, oh, this was all about free speech.
The administration believe that it needs to charge a green card holder with a crime to be eligible for deportation.
So that was the question yesterday. Does the administration feel like they have to charge Khalil with a crime to deport him? Remember what we covered yesterday. If somebody is providing material support to a terrorist group, yes, they can and they should be deported.
In fact, Secretary Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm glad you brought this up. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke a green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America.
Yeah, so this is a guy, he comes into our country, and he starts supporting our enemies and causing chaos. And here's the deal, and this is part of what the Trump administration is saying, and this is part of what I've been saying, which is people don't have a right to come into this country and just start causing chaos. And so under the Biden administration, we have seen all these people, this crush of people, millions of them that have come into our country. Some have followed the rules. Now, Mahmoud Khalil did follow the rules in the sense that he got a student visa, then he got a green card, and here he is. But I think for a lot of folks, they see this as the overall problem with illegal immigration. And this guy, if people took the time to educate themselves about who this guy Mahmoud Khalil is, then they would say, oh, yeah, this dude, he doesn't belong in our country.
And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists, Hamas terrorists who have killed innocent men, women, and children. This is an individual who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe on their own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda, flyers with the logo of Hamas. That is what the behavior and activity that this individual engaged in.
Caroline Levitt, as usual, spot on. And one of my favorite audio bites of the day from J.D. Vance is coming up next. Dan Mandis here, 5:15 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN for a Friday. Time to check the roads.
Wow, still pretty clear this morning on the interstates heading in. And just a reminder that there's spring break right now for a handful of school districts in this area, but that'll all end next week. So enjoy the easy ride in today. Fingers crossed. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. As far as your weather for today, it's going to be okay during the day. Got some winds and some clouds. But, of course, as we've been talking about, we have bad storms going to happen overnight, tonight into Saturday. We've got all kinds of severe weather being predicted. Tornadoes also possible as well. So be prepared. We've got your complete forecast coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mahmoud Khalil, I think people are getting tired of people coming into this country and taking advantage of our country. They come in, they don't bother to learn the language, they commit crimes, they don't work, they don't actually contribute. And that's not all illegal aliens, obviously, but I believe that that is part of this whole discussion of Mahmoud Khalil. Because part of what happens is we have what I just described as people who come in and they don't contribute. But then you have these troublemakers that come in as well. And so the question is, what kind of standards should be placed on people who are allowed to come in and who should be allowed to stay in? Because let me ask you this question. I mean, bring this right back down to your home. If someone comes into your house and they start acting like a jerk, you kick them out, right? Well, conversely, if you come into this country, if you come into our country and you intend to do this type of thing, you're coming in under false pretenses because you lied about what you were going to do once you got here.
You tell us when you apply, hi, I'm trying to get into the United States on a student visa. I am a big supporter of Hamas, a murderous, barbaric group that kidnaps children, that rapes teenage girls, that takes hostages, that allows them to die in captivity, that returns more bodies than live hostages. If you tell us that you are in favor of a group like this, and if you tell us when you apply for your visa, and by the way, I intend to come to your country as a student, and rile up all kinds of anti-Jewish student, anti-Semitic activities. I intend to shut down your universities. If you told us all these things when you applied for a visa, we would deny your visa. I hope we would. If you actually end up doing that, once you're in this country on such a visa, we will revoke it. And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities, we're going to kick you out.
Well said, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Earlier this week, this is from the Associated Press. Earlier this week, President Donald Trump heralded Khalil's arrest as the first of many to come, vowing on social media to deport students he said engage in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. Remember what you're going to see all across the interwebs today, that this is a free speech issue. It is not. This guy was leading the charge against Jewish Americans. He was leading the charge against our allies. He was also encouraging criminal activity as well. And that's not welcome here in America. In court papers, lawyers for the Justice Department said Khalil was detained under a law allowing Secretary of State Marco Rubio to remove someone from the country if he has reasonable grounds to believe their presence or activities would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. It sounds about right. Trump and Rubio were added as defendants in a civil lawsuit seeking to free Mahmoud Khalil. And I do believe that Vice President J.D. Vance, he really does bring it home. I do love what he had to say.
Or a green card holder, even if I might like that green card holder, doesn't have an indefinite right to be in the United States of America, right? American citizens have different rights from people who have green cards, from people who have student visas. And so my attitude on this is, this is not fundamentally about free speech. And to me, yes, it's about national security, but it's also more importantly about who do we, as an American public, decide gets to join our national community? And if the Secretary of State and the President decide this person shouldn't be in America and they have no legal right to stay here, it's as simple as that.
Do you see more such deportations happening?
I think we'll certainly see some people who get deported on student visas if we determine that it's not in the best interest of the United States to have them in our country. So yeah, I don't know how high that number is going to be, but you're going to see more people.
Love it. I absolutely love it. So J.D. Vance, again, bringing it home and absolute moral clarity from J.D. Vance, from Caroline Leavitt, and also, of course, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So we'll have to see where this whole thing ultimately ends up. It is 5:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Watch us on YouTube if you would. It is back. I guess YouTube, the feed was down yesterday, but they were able to fix it. So we are up. We are streaming. Watch us on YouTube. You can also watch us on X. You can watch us at 997WTN.com. You can also, by the way, watch us on Facebook. And so you can watch us. I suggest you watch us on YouTube because you can take the Daily Dan poll. Today's Daily Dan poll, I don't know if you've had time this morning to look at some of the polling, some of the stories that are out there regarding Doge and Elon Musk. Now, I'm telling you that I don't necessarily, and I've got a whole conversation on this coming up, but there's a lot of polling out there now that shows that the support for Elon Musk and Doge seems to be going down. And I think part of what that is you have a lot of the hand-wringing from the media and so forth. But I thought that, okay, it's worth the question on the Daily Dan poll. Knowing what we now know about Doge, some of the mistakes that they've made, that we all agree that there have been mistakes made, now you have Donald Trump. He has clipped the wings of Elon Musk a bit, and now, of course, Elon has to work directly with the heads of agencies to make these cuts. Again, we'll talk about all of this coming up. But do you still support Elon Musk and Doge as we are now, 7-8 weeks in with the Trump administration? And so that is the Daily Dan poll. And right now, if you go to YouTube, you can take the poll. What do the numbers show so far, KGB?
100% yes.
100%.
We are bad at these polls.
Damn.
Our polls suck. Why do we not? Why, Joan? Come on, mom of the show, Joan Jones. Why can't we figure out how to do this?
Well, you're asking weighted questions of a weighted audience.
Maybe we need to word them differently. Maybe that's what we need to do.
Oh, yeah, the song and dance is what'll do it. No. Ask questions that are good, that could generate some...
You know what our next poll has to be?
What?
Do Dan's polls suck?
Yeah, there you go.
That'll be 100% yes.
That'll be 100%.
I can change it right now if you want me to.
No, it's okay. You know what we ought to do? Okay. Here's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
I got to get it up. The super text line. So we're going to leave it up to the super texters. We'll change the poll in the 6 o'clock hour. What should the Daily Dan poll be in the 6 o'clock hour? Is that a good idea?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You're leaving it up to the fans?
Yeah.
Can I just... KGB, I love you. Please don't call listeners fans. That makes me... And I'm not criticizing you. It makes me so uncomfortable, and people always come up and say, hey, I'm a big fan. I don't know what to say to that. They're my friends, and they're listeners, they're fans. Does that make you feel uncomfortable, Joan, or is it just me?
Oh, way uncomfortable.
Okay, good, because it makes me sound like I have an ego.
So you're saying I should keep using it to my advantage?
No, just say you leave it up to the listeners. I guess they are fans. No, actually, they're not. There's some listeners that definitely are not fans. Anyway, call them listeners. Go ask. I ask for so little.
Lands. I'll call them lands.
I ask for so little. I want no green M&Ms in the candy bowl. I want decent coffee.
Is that why we're not allowed to have M&Ms anymore? You're too picky about them?
And I don't want the listeners and my friends to be called fans. I ask for very little. It is 5:23, and Joan has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, we're getting you all prepared for not one, but 2 rounds of serious storms that are headed our way. Listen up. We've got all of that for you coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
528. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. All right, so Joan, we have some suggestions that we'll get into at 5:35 on better polls.
A lot of them are about Joan.
So
gosh.
No,
really?
and like,
well,
do we love Joan the most?
We'll
Is
do
the
it.
favorite one.
We'll do it at 5:35.
Okay.
On Super Talk 99.7. So Chuck Schumer, though, just called Republicans bastards. Listen to this.
To have the conflict on the best ground we have, summed up in a sentence, that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these bastards, these people, which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy. To have the conflict.
They're bringing back ruining democracy. Would you just stop it?
The sorry was disingenuous. It's sorry, not sorry.
Maybe that could be our next poll. Was Chuck Schumer really sorry for calling Republicans bastards?
Well,
I think we know the answer to that,
doesn't help the weighted question problem.
It doesn't. Anyway, we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning now, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, Middle Tennessee is under a severe weather threat. We've got 2 consecutive storms that are coming our way. Want to make you aware of them here. The first one arrives overnight between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning, and the areas most at risk tonight with this storm are to the west of the listening area. So as that storm moves to the east, it gets a little weaker. Regardless, we are told that there is a potential for tornadoes and straight line winds with this storm that arrives between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, there is another round of storms that'll fire up around noon and last through 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow. Stefano DiPietro tells us that we are expecting this one to produce some severe weather as well.
Damaging wind gusts 65 miles per hour or more with any thunderstorm. Torrential rainfall that could cause ponding on roadways, flooding in poor drainage areas. Those are the 2 main threats. Hail and tornado threats, though, those are there. A few tornado warnings coming tonight and into our day tomorrow certainly will be on the table for us.
And Sunday is looking really nice after those storms clear out. Hang on for Sunday. An inmate has died just after arriving at the Rutherford County Jail. Sheriff Mike Fitzhugh says it happened on Tuesday night as that inmate was being booked into jail. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation immediately called. They are now investigating. TSU's fight for financial stability has just gotten a little bit worse. The school's chief financial officer, Jim Grady, tells Channel 4 the USDA is cutting more than $14 million worth of grants.
We've identified by looking at payroll records and HR data, there's about 62 employees that are fully funded on these grants. And then there's another 112 that are funded partially on some of these grants.
And now the university plans to cut some of those employees and scholarships as well. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. got an accident this morning in Rutledge Hill. It's on Hermitage Avenue at Lindsley Avenue. A crash involving some injuries. Major interstates headed into Nashville. Not looking too bad so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six 5:36. Nashville's morning. I'm sorry. I was checking out this video, Joan and KGB.
Yeah.
Do you know who went to the Kennedy Center apparently last night? I'm going to give you a hint.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a hint. Let me see if you can figure out who went to the Kennedy Center based on the response of the people there.
That had to be President Trump.
No.
Elon Musk.
J.D. Vance.
Oh, J.D.
He's laughing. I love it. Oh, that is so funny. And I love that he's laughing. I'm gonna repost this. If you want to see the video, you can see it because I went ahead and reposted. Follow me at Dan Mandis Show on X. Very funny. And the thing that I love is that J.D. Vance is laughing. I mean, he knows that he's going into the belly of the beast, right? He knows that he's going in there, and it's going to be very hostile territory. And he goes in anyway. And then when they start booing him, then he just laughs literally in their face. Now, would it be un-vice presidential to flip everybody the bird? Like, would that be bad?
It probably would be, but it would be entertaining as heck.
Can I ask a question? Maybe, You know what? Maybe this is, we were joking about the fact that our daily Dan poll questions suck. Do you know what might be a good question?
What's that?
Do you believe that the Trump derangement syndrome is worse right now or during the first administration? I think that's actually really good. I think KGB's asleep.
You awake, KGB?
I was watching the video
Yeah.
myself. I was looking at the Kennedy.
Oh, okay.
He's just sitting there with his wife, and he just turns to her, says something, and just drinks his water.
Yep. So, yeah, find it on my my X feed. But I do find it funny. But I think that would be, KGB, I think that'd be a good poll question. Do you think the Trump derangement syndrome is worse now than it was in the first term? The first 4 years of Donald Trump.
It's going to be more 100% yes. I think I found one that's actually pretty good, though.
So we threw it to the fine listeners of Nashville's Morning News because clearly,
we're bad at this.
Our poll today, which was, because, there's polling out there that shows that support for Elon Musk supposedly is going down. So our question today was, KGB.
Do you still support Elon Musk's Doge cuts? And I've never seen it with these amount of votes and still it at 100%. Usually there's like 2 or 3% that say the other way. This is just straight up 100. We're in the triple digits of people voting, and it's still 100% yes.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, because, Joan, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put all humility aside for a second. We have a lot of listeners to WTN, and Nashville's Morning News has a lot of listeners. Do you think that we are emblematic of the average Trump supporter?
I do.
Maybe that would be another great poll question. Whatever. See, now it's all coming to me. But anyway, whatever.
Everything you think of can't be a poll question.
So I think that we are. So, Joan, you say that, yes, we are emblematic of the average Trump supporter.
I do think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
What gave that away?
Another great poll question. Does Dan use the term emblematic way too much?
Or in context.
I do. That's in context.
Does Dan have terrible poll ideas?
Anyway.
I actually have a really good one. I give shout out to 0783. I'm going to make this the question. I'll post in a little bit. The question will be, has Elon Musk's contribution to Trump's presidency changed your likelihood of buying an electric vehicle?
That's a good one.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, I like
because
that.
some people are still like kind of hell bent on their, keeping their diesel trucks, which is totally fine.
Well, listen, number one, they're out of most of our price range. That is number one.
This is accurate.
Number two, it is a fair question, and that is so you're going to go and change that?
Doing it now.
One of the other, Phil wanted us to do, and a number of people wanted us to do this, Joan.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite WTN host? Now, I'm not going to do that for a number of reasons. Number one, because I don't need to shame spiral any more than I already do, because I know that I'd come in like 4th. And then if you start throwing like all of the old hosts in there, I'll come in like 12th. But also, I don't want to pit hosts against each other. Like we have a really good staff and everybody loves each other. And I don't want to just throw out that bad juju, if you know what I mean. So I'm not going to do that. One person, though, wants to know, maybe the poll should be, should Joan have her own calendar for sale?
Yeah, I just read that one. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, listen, we could do it for charity.
Oh, yeah.
And
it's kind of creepy.
You know what? KGB, it'd be for charity. What WTN personality should have their own
their own calendar?
Oh, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think actually that it would be kind of fun if we had a station calendar, right?
Sure. So
Dan Mandis, like in your hot tub.
Oh my gosh.
Right, with your WTN hat on, right?
You know what?
I like that.
I think we're taking this too far.
Yeah, you know what? We could do that. We could do like Mandis in a hot tub. That would be my page.
Yeah.
I don't know what anybody else would do.
Okay, look.
You could
Matt Murphy getting a haircut.
Matt Murphy getting a haircut.
Yeah.
I love our listeners, but I do not want to meet the people that will buy these calendars.
You could have, what would Chris Hand be? You could have Chris Hand in all of his Trump garb. Because every day he's wearing
truck.
On a garbage truck. And we love Chris Hand. We're not criticizing.
He would like that.
4859 wants to know if I am still banned in Venezuela. This was before your time, Joan.
Oh.
But when we started this whole streaming thing on YouTube and the other platforms, I got banned in Venezuela. And we couldn't I don't know.
Like the show, the stream was banned in Venezuela, not you yourself.
I think it was me. If I remember right, it was Nashville's Morning News, but they probably banned the whole thing. But it was because of me.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I mean, good Lord, Venezuela, do you know what happens in Venezuela? And I got banned? I probably was talking about Venezuela, be honest.
Probably. You probably said it was a bad place to live or whatever. And
does Dan use the word ridic too much? Yes.
Yes.
I don't use it anymore because people kept criticizing me. So this is why we can't do who's your favorite WTN host, because I know that I'd come in dead last.
I thought this new poll would be good. We're a good number of votes in, and we're at 100% on something still. And it's very frustrating.
Dangria of the month calendar. Thank you, 0783.
You know what? We could do that. We could put like me drinking a Dangria every month.
Yeah.
And him getting consistently more and more drunk until December. He's just completely passed out unconscious.
I could be in my hot tub holding the Dangria, and it could have the recipe for said Dangria.
I love that.
And you know who would do the recipe? Is
Amy?
Cabana wife Wilson.
Oh, yes, she would.
She is amazing.
Yeah.
And she makes incredible.
But here's the thing: you need to be like sober in January, a little like February, drink a little bit, March, April, May, like, and then
it's a little hard, KG, because these are photos.
Well, that's why you show yourself just a little more drunk in each month until Sunday or till December. You're just passed out next to the hot tub, unconscious.
I don't like this one.
I think it's funny.
You know what? That's what I think of your idea.
JD.
It's not. JD Vance has not walked in. That is WTN Nation booing your suggestion.
I'll bring it on. I'll take them all on.
Really? Because
I got nothing to lose.
Really? Because we got a really good two-way love and support and audience.
That's right.
So them's kind of like fighting words. Anyway, moving right along. Do you guys see the blood? Is it blood moon eclipse this morning?
Moon.
Blood moon eclipse.
I didn't see it.
I walk in. So I get up at midnight.
Right.
So I slept in the basement last night. Whatever. So I walked up the stairs, and the back door is like wide open, and I'm like, "What in the world is going on?" There is a very sleepy Amy laying there on our back porch on one of our outdoor sofas. And Riker is just off the charts excited about this what is it, blood moon?
Blood moon.
Blood moon eclipse.
Yeah.
So all morning long, I was going from, doing show prep, downstairs, upstairs to see the blood moon eclipse, which, by the way, we haven't seen since 1540.
Oh, whoa. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was very
What
very
time
exciting.
was it at?
It was between midnight and like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was asleep.
dark
so.
30.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was actually very cool. I love that Riker gets all excited about that stuff. We had my daughter and Jameson, my grandson, out the last several days. You can see some pictures on my Facebook page. And Riker, who is 11, he and Jameson, who's like 6 months old now, Riker is just talking to Jameson about space. I mean, it's so awesome. You know what I mean?
Ooh, we should hook up Riker with Elon Musk. Like, right?
Oh, Elon and Riker would get along just fine. By the way, I was asking the question, do you think the TDS is worse now than it was 4 years ago when Donald Trump, actually 8 years ago when Donald Trump was first in office? I want to play some audio from Lawrence O'Donnell, who apparently he needs to take a week away from his show on MSNBC. Not sure if anybody will notice, but he says, I just can't do this anymore.
Time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Rachel. And I know you've pledged to cover and be here for the first 100 days of the Trump presidency. I hope you noticed that I did not make that same pledge when you did.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
Well, here's the thing. This is day 52. I thought it was day 92. It turns out it's day 52, Rachel, and I'm exhausted.
Do you know why he's exhausted? Because his side is getting their arse kicked. That's why he's exhausted.
At day 52. And so I'm going to take next week off. And I'm telling you that now because I know you don't like it when I just drift away, and I don't. But just taking next week off. Then I can come back and go with you all the way to the 100 days. And
I know we all tell each other you have to take care of yourself, you got to pace yourself, you got to be in this for the long haul. And so I can't hold it against you, but I'm very sad.
Can you hold this against me? I'm going to get a head start by taking tomorrow off.
So this is how you make an announcement that you're going. Not really wasn't funny. Is that what happens? Like when I make a joke and people, give me a courtesy laugh? That was not funny.
You get a courtesy laugh?
Actually, no. I could use some. Actually, Joan. Anyway,
just slip a check in. I'll give you any courtesy laugh.
So Lawrence O'Donnell apparently is going on vacation for a week. So there you go. What do you think, Joan? Is it, or in KGB, is it worse? Is the TDS worse now than it was 8 years ago? What do you think about that for a poll question? Is Joan there? Where is she?
She stepped out for a second, but I will say it's way worse now because they couldn't get it done the first time, so they're tripling, quadrupling down now. And by the way, what ego does that guy have where he has to make an announcement that he needs to take a week off?
Oh, you know what? He has.
I know, but
Lawrence O'Donnell, he has a massive ego. Now, I think where Joan went. I think Joan got so excited about a WTN Joan Jones calendar, she's already off taking pictures with her camera.
How'd you know?
I knew it. She's like, you know what? It's still dark outside. I can get a
that
really
legitimately
good,
scared me.
really good, like Joan in the dark shot. She went out to the,
I wanted to get me with the blood moon eclipse.
The blood moon. That's
in the background.
Exactly what you were doing.
Sure. Was
the blood moon thing. All right. So what did we decide very quickly? What did we decide on the whole poll? Because now the super text line is blowing up.
So I made the one, has Elon Musk team up with Trump's presidency changed your likelihood of buying an electric vehicle? because I think that is probably because the one with the TDS, I feel like people will say yes now just because.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. You think it's less blown out of proportion than it was before?
Joan, what do you think? You could be the arbiter. So do you think the question about is TDS worse now than it was 8 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a better poll than whatever we have up now, which is still at 100%?
100%. What is the one we have now?
Has Elon Musk team up with Trump's presidency changed your likelihood of buying an electric vehicle?
I think we should keep that up for a little bit because, I think that's something.
The percentages are changing.
Okay. I believe that's something that people do have to consider now. And I mean, I have been staunchly opposed to having an electric car. No way, no how, no.
Right.
But now I'm like, yeah, maybe not.
That Tesla truck looks kind of cool all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it is clearly obvious, and people are talking about this.
Yeah.
It is cool these days to be a conservative.
It is.
It is. It's absolutely cool these days to be a conservative because
empowering.
We stand for common sense. We stand for all things that are good and right with America and the Constitution. All right, it is 5:52 on Super Talk, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6.
Yeah, it's a weather alert day around here. We're on watch for some potentially severe thunderstorms that'll arrive around here starting tonight, and they're going to last all the way through tomorrow with another storm coming tomorrow. Long stretch here. We'll get you updated on it and help you to keep safe during the weekend as well. Coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Of course, we all covered the auto pen controversy a while ago. I don't even know, to Lawrence O'Donnell's point, there is so much news every single day. My wife will ask me sometimes when I get home, what did you talk about? And I say everything, but then I can't remember because there's so much stuff. But remember the story about Joe Biden and using auto pen for a lot of these documents that he signed. And so Donald Trump is now wading into the controversy, and this is part of what he said yesterday.
This was a fluke. This was something that if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at he signs by auto pen. Who was signing all this stuff by auto pen? Who would think you signed important documents by auto pen? These are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by auto pen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So should have never happened.
So there you go. Donald Trump talking about and wading into the auto pen controversy. By the way, fact checkers out there will say, well, there is no evidence that he was using auto pen. These signatures look exactly, and I mean exactly, alike. And so they're looking at whether or not these actually were auto pen. People are saying now, okay, well then if he was using auto pen, then does that mean that, for example, the pardons that he would do and so forth are null and void? Some people are saying that. No, I don't believe that is the case. If he was using auto pen, he's apparently not the first president to use auto pen. But the thing is, Trump makes a big production, as he should, by the way. Trump makes a big production out of signing his executive orders because he's proud of his executive orders. He is doing things that will help the American people. So when he gets his big old Sharpie out and he signs those executive orders and then he'll show them to the media, that is President Trump. He's got a lot to be proud of. And the American people, by and large, are supporting the President of the United States. By the way, we've got some new polling that I'm going to tell you about coming up next. Also, big news on illegal immigration. Also, you have Chuck Schumer. He blinked. First, he said that he was not going to support the continuing resolution. Now, he and the Democrats will support the continuing resolution. Also, bad weather ahead. We've got all the latest coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. There's a closure that I want to let you know about this morning. If you're headed in from the northern areas in Clarksville, we've got an accident. It's on the Highway 76 or MLK Parkway near exit 11. So they have blocked off MLK Parkway between I-24 and Hornbuckle Road. Also, the I-24 westbound off-ramp to MLK Parkway. That is closed as well this morning while they clean up that mess. And that'll cause you some delays this morning. Police are asking you to find a different way to get around it. In the news, there is an elevated risk of severe weather for the Middle Tennessee area this weekend, starting tonight and all the way through around midnight tomorrow night. So Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro is telling us there is a 3 out of 4 risk of severe weather during that entire time span. But for tonight into tomorrow's first batch of storms, that risk is the highest to the western portions of the region, west of I-65. And then on Saturday, the risk is more widespread.
More of us are in that elevated risk, a 3 out of 5 on that scale, the exception being far northwest Middle Tennessee and parts of southern Kentucky.
Now, he says the risk Saturday is for winds gusting higher than 65 miles an hour, some heavy rain that causes flooding in poor drainage areas, and hail and tornado threats, too. Tonight's risk is really because we'll be asleep when these storms arrive between 2 and 4 in the morning. We'll keep it here, and we will keep you informed. A silver alert has been issued for a missing Nashville man. TBI saying that 53-year-old Robert Harvey went missing on March 4th near Albion Street. He's 5'11". He weighs 240 pounds and he has blue eyes and red hair. Now, Henry is nonverbal, and police are saying that he has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return home safely. So anybody with information is asked to call Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. At Columbia University in New York, several students involved in last spring's pro-Palestinian protest on campus have been expelled and suspended. And some recent grads have had their diplomas temporarily revoked. This comes as federal agents descended on campus last night. And that's where ABC's Lindsay Tuckman was reporting from.
In a statement, the interim president of Columbia said in part, quote, "I am writing heartbroken to inform you that we had federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security in 2 university residences tonight. No one was arrested or detained. Despite the unprecedented challenges, Columbia University will remain a place where the pursuit of knowledge is cherished and fiercely protected."
The Trump administration has demanded that the school make massive changes to protect Jewish students before they get their $400 million in funding back. Trader Joe's recalling Gerolsteiner's sparkling natural mineral water sold here in Tennessee and several other states. Trader Joe's says that the bottles that this water is in, they can crack or break and they pose a hazard. If you've purchased that water, dispose of it and go to a Trader Joe's for a full refund. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. We've got stock futures this morning, all pointing upwards. We're in the green. And fingers crossed that it holds on. That is the latest. Traffic and weather are up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, coming in from Clarksville this morning, it's a mess. It's a mess on Highway 76, MLK Parkway. So they have closed off the Highway 76 between I-24 and Hornbuckle Road, and also the I-24 westbound off-ramp to Highway 76. There's a pretty serious crash there, and police are investigating. Also a crash in Cumberland Gardens at Buchanan Street and 23rd Avenue North, Rutledge Hill at Hermitage Avenue this morning, and out at B&A. I-40 westbound at Donaldson Pike, exit 216B. A crash taken up the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday. Hope you're doing well. It is March 14th, and we have bad storms, as you just heard with a weather report. Bad storms coming in tonight, overnight, into Saturday, and a dicey Saturday as well. So keep it here on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. We have all the latest as far as weather goes, and you've got a big divide right now within the Democrats because, number one, you had Chuck Schumer, who flip-flopped on his support for the continuing resolution. As you know, it passed the House of Representatives. Then it went over to the Senate. And Chuck Schumer had said, nope, not going to sign it, not going to support it. Well, then he decided that, yes, he would. And AOC is using the occasion to blast Elon Musk.
So the problem here is not a substance issue. It's not a process issue. It's an oligarchy issue.
Oh, Lord.
It's a power issue. And this room is where the power of the people of the United States reside. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, everyone here was elected to be accountable to the people of the United States, not to be governed by tweet, but to be governed by their duly elected representation.
You know, it's kind of funny that she says that, this is the room where the American people have voted for their duly elected representatives and so forth, because her own party has been trying to take away the power of the people ever since Donald Trump was elected. Number one, you had all of that lawfare as they were trying to keep Donald Trump off of the ballot. We all remember that. And we all remember all of the accusations of Russian collusion and the investigations and all that crap during the Trump administration, number one. So, you know what? I would say to AOC and the Democrats, talk is cheap. Actions tell us everything, and your actions tell us that you're all upset right now because you think and I'm going to air quote this, the power is being taken away from the American people. But the reality is that the Trump administration, with the help of Elon Musk, they're actually doing what they were elected to do. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's now some sort of a threat to democracy. And now, of course, we have all of these federal judges stopping Donald Trump at every turn, but I digress. So the Democrats divided again, this time whether or not it was the right thing to pass that continuing resolution to keep the government open. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Thursday he will vote to pass that CR. And again, AOC is ticked.
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yeah.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board.
You know, it's interesting because she wasn't so passionate about all of the waste and the fraud and the abuse that Doge has found and Elon Musk. I mean, when you expose yourself, and what are we learning about the Democrats? We've learned a lot of things about the Democrats, especially over the last couple of weeks. Number one, what are you passionate about? They're passionate about protecting a Hamas-supporting, Hamas-loving, I would say, I got to be careful, I don't want to go too far, but this Mahmoud Khalil, they're supportive of this guy who loves to support terrorists. That's what the Democrats are passionate about, is supporting that kind of a person. They're not passionate about supporting a 13-year-old with cancer. No, they stood on their you-know-what. So that's number one. Number two, they're really passionate. AOC is really passionate about hating on Elon Musk, hating on Donald Trump. But the reality is that they are doing what they were elected to do. And so now she's really angry as they're doing that. She wasn't angry about all the waste, fraud, and abuse that they have found, that Elon Musk and Doge has found. but she's angry at Chuck Schumer for passing the continuing resolution, which, by the way, this continuing resolution, all it's doing is extending the current spending. That's what they're doing. So to be honest, I don't know if any Democrat has actually commented on all of the waste, fraud, and abuse outside of John Fetterman in the Senate. But the only thing that they seem to be worried about, the only thing that they seem to be angry about is all of the cutting, but not what is being cut or what has been found. So Elon and Trump, what they're trying to do, obviously, is they're trying to fix what they broke, what the Democrats broke. And now they're, of course, freaking out.
This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices and completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching on and off. And on top of that, for folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent.
Are you kidding me? Did you hear what she said? She said that this bill is going to remove all of those guardrails that are in place. Can I ask her a question? Where were all those guardrails when we were spending all that stupid money on Sesame Street in Iraq? All of those DEI programs all across the world, of course, and all of that nonsense. Where were those guardrails? So her screaming obviously seems incredibly hollow to me.
This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
You have the lies off the charts. Remember, again, this is basically the same spending levels that we had in 2019. A few little things here and there, like military spending and more money for ICE, which, by the way, we need both. Now, there's a lot more to this. Wait till you hear what Hakeem Jeffries had to say about all of this. Maxine Waters, Jasmine Crockett. It's basically the all-star clown show of stupid things that Democrats are saying this morning. Details straight ahead, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway is closed between 24 and Hornbuckle Road due to an accident. I'm Christy O'Brien.
All righty, bad storms expected tonight, overnight into Saturday. So you've got to watch that. And then we have storms all day on Saturday. We do get better weather on Sunday. But as far as tonight, overnight, we've got everything on the table. We've got hail. We've got high winds. We've got the possibility of tornadoes as well. So we'll keep you updated with all the latest weather forecasts here on Super Talk 99.7. Your complete forecast is coming up at 6:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I'm playing you again. It's the all-stars of stupidity. It's all these Democrats responding and reacting to the continuing resolution that Chuck Schumer now says, after saying that he wasn't going to support it, he wasn't going to sign it, now he will. Remember, again, this is basically the same spending levels that we had back in 2019. We're not changing a whole heck of a lot. I will tell you that there's a new Quinnipiac poll out this morning that shows that people are, they say, starting to get nervous about all the slashing. Now, again, I don't put a lot of faith in the polling. I know most of you don't. This is what they say, just to let you know. Over half of voters believe that Elon is hurting the country at 54%. Only 40% believe that he is helping. Now, I will also say that Trump is already ahead of that curve because what has he done? Donald Trump clipped the wings of Elon Musk. There's no other way to say it. He said, you know what? All of these cuts are now up to the agency heads, and they're not up to Elon Musk, but they'll work together to make sure that we make the government more efficient. But here's the thing. The Democrats are still screaming about Elon Musk.
We are in a perverse, bizarro land where we're having to decide between letting Donald Trump wreck the government this way or wreck the government that way. So at what point do you say I'm going to stand and fight?
By the way, the Democrats, they're screaming about Elon Musk. I'd also like to point out that while Elon has a 40% approval, you know what the Democrats in Congress have as far as an approval rating? 21%. They haven't had, when was the last time people in Congress, Democrats in Congress, only had a 21% approval rating? I have no idea, but I can guarantee you it has been years. So they wish that they had a 40% approval rating. But, you know, you look at how unpopular the House of Representatives and people in Congress are, and you wonder why that is. Well, I can tell you.
What does Trump expect? Oh, I believe he expects violence. I believe he expects confrontation. I believe he's working toward a civil war.
That of course, Maxine Waters. And that's why people don't like members of Congress, because it's that kind of rhetoric. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont posting on X last night, this continuing resolution would literally take food out of the mouths of hungry children, take health care away from seniors, and give a huge tax break to the wealthiest people on the planet. Bernie Sanders saying it cannot pass. By the way, all of that lies, rhetoric, and completely out of context.
We just saw that the Department of Education laid off 50% of their workforce. So I don't really understand why anybody would say, oh, we got to take the high road. Listen, he is decimating the federal government. And you're talking about whether or not we're going to keep the doors open. He literally is shutting down departments anyway.
Well, the reason, Jasmine Crockett, that the Department of Education is going to be gutted and eventually shut down is because we've funded the Department of Education every year since Jimmy Carter. Billions and billions and billions of dollars, and we have seen no improvement in education. We've actually seen a decline, depending on what you're looking at. So if we're funding the Department of Education at the federal level with billions of dollars and we're not seeing any improvement, well, then give that money to the states. Duh. And let the states handle it. But what's crazy is all of this, again, is it's continuing the funding where we are currently at. So this is a clean, continuing resolution. No hijinks, no shenanigans. This is just a clean CR. It's going to continue where we currently are. It'll cut some, by the way, it will cut some IRS spending. It will extend Medicaid and Medicare and other programs, and it'll increase military and ICE spending as well. Chuck Schumer has been adamant that he would not support this bill. Something happened. I wonder what it was. Something happened to change Chuck Schumer's mind. I believe I know what that is, and I'll talk about that before the news at 6:30. Right now, Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan, what do we got coming up?
You know, we're looking at these storms that are coming this weekend, and in fact, starting tonight, and it looks like we could have some pretty severe weather around here. We've got details about when it's going to arrive and what kind of severe weather we're talking about. That's all coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Facebook, X, and Twitch.
621, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, it is spring rebate madness at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen to these rebates. Apparently the phones over at Busy Bee, they are ringing because people want these rebates. Don't be left behind. Right now, a mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER, that is an $800 rebate. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER, that is a $500 rebate. duct sealing, or repair, that is a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So join the Beehive Club today, and you get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-ups. Now, what that means is that you've already saved enough money to pay for that Beehive membership for the year. They'll even file the rebates so you don't have to. So, again, rebate madness at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Always trying to find ways to save you money. Find them online. It is busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. $625, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, what could you do with an extra $75,000 right now? Maybe even a couple $100,000. Now, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, they are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash. So you can pay off all those credit cards or start that home remodel. Now, Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, and no junk fees, and oftentimes no appraisal. Now, the average homeowner here in Middle Tennessee now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money. You should use it. Now, one client going through Loan Pronto got $150,000 out, paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan as well, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. Find them online. It's loanpronto.com. It can get done in as little as a day. Loanpronto.com, 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, and NMLSconsumeraccess.org. So you know what I think happened? You know, Chuck Schumer said he was going to not support the continuing resolution. Then all of a sudden, he decided that he would. And I think what happened is they perhaps, maybe, I don't know, did some focus testing. They realized that they would be playing right into Donald Trump's hands by shutting down the government, because there's no other explanation. And that's why you've got all of these Democrats. They're really angry about the fact that it now is going to pass. This is what Chuck Schumer had to say as he was announcing that he was flip-flopping on this issue. Here's part of what he said. KGB, need some audio, please. We up now? All right, good. Here we go.
While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option.
So headlines all over the place this morning saying Chuck blinked. That's what they're saying. Chuck blinked. And clearly he did. He realized that he was on the losing end of this fight. There was nowhere for him to go. And the crazy thing is, why in the world, if he was reading the politics of all of this involved, why would he initially say that he was going to not support it when he knew that eventually he was going to have to support it? Otherwise, Trump would be able to hang this possible government shutdown on the Democrats.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
If there was a shutdown, would Donald Trump be able to slice and dice more cuts from federal government work staff?
There was also that part of it, too.
Yeah, so maybe
Absolutely.
Chuck Schumer didn't want him to have his hands on more of the government workers.
I actually, you know what, I also like what Mark Wayne Mullins said, right? The Senator Mark Wayne Mullins. This is part of what he had to say.
Mind you, this is the same CR they voted for in September because Joe Biden was in office. It's the same CR they voted for in December because Joe Biden was in office. So what's the difference now? Nothing, except the guy at the White House. Their hatred towards President Trump, they're willing to shut down the government. So what they're doing makes no sense. Of course, I can't make sense of what the Democrats are doing anyways. They have lost their ever-loving mind because of their hatred towards President Trump.
E.J. Host is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's still a problem this morning if you're traveling on MLK Parkway in Clarksville. Right under I-24, there is a crash, and one lane is open to traffic this morning that's causing a big slowdown. We've got more coming up right after the news. There is a 1-2 punch of storms that'll dominate our entire weekend, and we got to talk about the timeline of this here. We'll have thunderstorms that begin moving in from the west around midnight tonight, and they could produce some dangerous winds and possibly storms and tornadoes before sunrise. And then there are more storms that arrive tomorrow around lunchtime, and that threat exists through perhaps midnight tomorrow night. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro.
An elevated 3 out of 5 on that scale. That's for the overnight tonight into early tomorrow. Weakening as we head out toward the plateau, but everyone's still under the risk for severe weather tonight. Then all day tomorrow, most of the mid-state is now at that elevated 3 out of 5 risk.
And again, the worst of the storm tonight comes while we're sleeping. So you want to make sure that you have multiple different ways to receive alerts on your phone, that phone charged up, of course, and also make sure that you take your phone out of the do not disturb mode or even sleep mode so you don't miss any alerts. Also know where you'll take cover if you need to. A couple of drivers are hospitalized this morning after a crash on Broadway at 13th Street. At about 3 o'clock this morning, police on the scene tell us that the driver of the SUV may have run a red light and collided with a taxi minivan. Both of them ended up flipped over in the middle of the street. The occupants of the SUV got out and ran away from the scene. A government shutdown appears to have been averted. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying that he would support the House Republican bill that funds the government into September. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
After a chaotic day, including shouting, reporters heard during a closed-door meeting of Democrats. But it is a signal that Democrats likely have those votes together to advance this government funding measure and avert a shutdown.
The vote is expected today. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Take it, Joan, 632, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, you've probably been looking for cars. and you see the words buy here, pay here, and it does make you think, oh, it's not a place I want to go. And I do get it. Most of these dealers have a bad reputation. Well, I'm here to tell you there's one place you can go, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. They're Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. Now, if you're new to town and you need a place to trust, they got you. If you need a first car for a 16-year-old, they do that too. Now, you don't even need to take my word for it. The Google reviews, they're excellent, and that's saying something for a car dealership. One location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They'll get you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they are the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville, and they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, honesty. That is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. You can find them online. It is automartcars.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, automartcars.com. One more time, automartcars.com. $6.34, spring cleaning time at Zero Res is offering a great way for you to get your carpets clean and save you money. Now, I've been using these folks for years because at Zero Res, they don't use harsh chemicals and soaps, just powered water, and that means pure safety for your family and your pets. That is one of many reasons why I like using Zero Res. No chemicals. Now, think about the last few months and what we're going to get this weekend. We've had a lot of snow. We have had and are going to get a lot of rain. So you've got all of that dirt and the grime and the bacteria that has been tracked into your home. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely get your carpets clean. Now, they've got great reviews on both Google and Facebook, and yes, from the Mandis household as well. Right now, they've got a great deal for March. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, 25% off of area rugs. I'm going to repeat that terrific deal. Couple of rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109, 25% off of area rugs as well. Restrictions may apply. Call them 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. You can always find them online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Okay, it's Goodlettsville this morning. Long Hollow Pike at Cartwright Street. That's a crash scene. Also have a crash on 40, the westbound lanes at Donaldson Pike. A crash that blocks off the right shoulder. And also that crash in Clarksville I've been telling you about. It's on MLK Parkway under I-24. And the right lane is all blocked off by it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$6:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here, along with KGB producing, Joan Jones doing the news. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. I want to play a little audio for you. EJ, that is Vice President J.D. Vance walking into the Kennedy Center. I mean, right there into the belly of the beast. And I love how he just kind of, and if you check out my X feed at Dan Mandis Show, you'll see that the vice president, really, he walks in and he starts laughing and waving at people. You know, we were debating earlier, EJ, is TDS worse now than it was during Donald Trump's first administration? We'll start there. What say you?
let's start there. Good morning, Dan. Yes, I would say it is, because now they have lost a second time and they don't know how to lose. Remember, this is a cultural thing too. We've given out trophies and ribbons for everything. Everybody's a winner. And so no one's really been taught how to lose for a number of years, maybe a couple of generations now, right?
Yep.
So this is kind of the temper tantrum, the toddler temper tantrums. What I think is really cool, though, is that the Trump administration, in this case, J.D. Vance, they are using it to their advantage, which wasn't done the first time around, right? CDS would pop up and Democrats would freak out, or some protests would break out. And, it was kind of like, they're just acting silly. What we're doing now is forcing them to act silly, right? Where he knew going in there that there was going to be booze and it was going to be a big thing. You don't think he has something else to do on a Thursday night?
Right.
But guess what we're talking about this morning? It was a brilliant move, because you'll get the left, everybody on MSNBC and CNN and the rest, they will all be talking about how, everybody hates J.D. Vance, and they'll play it over and over again and think that it's a big win, when in reality, the adults in the room know, boy, that was a really childish and stupid thing for them to do. And so they're just owning the media narrative, which I think is brilliant from the Trump side.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, of course, one of the big news stories today is the fact that Chuck Schumer, he blinked with this continuing resolution. And so now you've got a lot of people within the Democrat Party attacking Chuck Schumer along the same lines. And by the way, I think part of what happened is that they either focus tested, they looked at this, they looked at how it would look. Schumer said, I'm not going to support this continuing resolution. Then he, of course, turns around and says, I will support this continuing resolution. And the point is, it was obvious that they were going to lose and they were going to be blamed for this. This is what he said this was on MSNBC.
To have the conflict on the best ground we have summed up in a sentence that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these these people, which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy.
So he called the Republicans the B words, the B word. I don't believe that he was sorry.
No, definitely not. That they've turned into kind of these foul-mouthed lunatics, right? I mean, Jasmine Crockett and that other woman with no hair. Like, there's so many of them now that they just drop these F-bombs and everything else all over the place. They're putting out videos, massive propaganda videos, using the S word. And yep. I mean, it's just so silly. As far as Chuck Schumer goes, I think we knew he was going to cave, but I think it has a lot less to do with principle or staying true to his beliefs or anything like that. I think it probably, if you follow the money, you'll find out who his donors are and what kind of money they're getting in this CR. That's kind of always the way it goes. Like they vote based on, either their own portfolios or their next election campaign or the DNC, donors, things like that. So I bet it has a lot less to do with him being individually intellectually honest and has a lot more to do with some sort of team play that he is making.
I think part of what's going on with the Democrats, of course, and all this bad behavior is that they have a House of Representatives. This is what's different between right now, and his first term, is that he's got a House of Representatives that is fully, for the most part, fully behind Donald Trump, with Republicans in the majority. They don't have a Paul Ryan in there, who is sort of acting as a foil to Donald Trump. They've got Mike Johnson, who is much more amenable to what Donald Trump is wanting to do. And so I think that is also part of it. They do feel helpless, and so they're sort of lashing out, and I do believe that that is also part of it. There does seem to be a debate going on within the Republican culture, the conservative culture, if you will, where you've got a debate over whether or not passing this continuing resolution is the appropriate thing to do from a conservative standpoint. And you have a lot of people that are Republican and conservative that have been saying for a long time, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. And they still say we should allow the government to be shut down. And I've got my own opinion on it, which is, listen, you have to keep it open so that Trump can weave whatever magic he has. He's got to do what he was elected to do, and that is to, cut the fraud, cut the waste, and cut some spending.
Yeah, that's a tough argument because we all want a balanced budget. I think Congressman Tim Burchett out of Tennessee, said it best. He's like, this is the first time we've agreed to spending less on a CR in like decades or something. So it's not like this particular continuing resolution is like previous ones. So maybe that's giving some cover a little bit. I do think that it's a tough spot for us to be in. For those of us who've said over and over again, go ahead, shut it down. Nobody, our military doesn't stop getting paid.
Right.
They end up doing back pay for everybody later anyways. If we were okay with shutdowns before, we should probably be okay with shutdown now, right? But the truth is, the House passed it. So now what do you do, right? Now you have to choose a side. And I agree with you to a degree that getting this passed, it only goes through September. That's actually the end of the fiscal year. So as long as there's kind of this understanding that we're going to have a budget by September, whether it's balanced or not, at least do a budget instead of these CRs all the time, then I think you can make the case. And I'm hoping that's what's happening behind closed doors with the Republicans in both the Senate and the House. Remember, the Senate's going to pass it, but then we still have to go to this process where they still negotiate back and forth before we finally get the end result. And I'm hoping that there's some good things that will come out of that process. I'm not confident they will, because I don't think we have enough people with a backbone, people with a spine who are truly committed, not just to Trump agenda, but just to the whole spending reductions. And so, I think we probably need to keep a really close eye on it. And then we need to figure out who we're going to primary the next time around.
Well, that's exactly right. Donald Trump is going after Thomas Massie. And Thomas Massie has a lot of friends. We'll pick up the conversation there. E.J. Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline, 645 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, well, we've got a high of 77, sunny skies, some clouds and windy, but the really bad weather is coming in tonight, overnight tonight while you're asleep. So you've got to stay weather aware, and everything's on the table. We're talking about severe weather. We're talking about high winds, possible tornadoes, some hail. And that is going to continue, the severe weather off and on all the way through Saturday. Sunday, though, looks a lot better. Your complete forecast is coming up at 7 o'clock here on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So E.J. Host, Donald Trump is saying that he will lead the charge against Thomas Massie. And, of course, he is a wildly popular Republican in Kentucky. And so now the president's saying he'll lead the charge on trying to get him primaried. I think the president, I think he might be playing with fire on this one, because a lot of people like Thomas Massie.
Yeah, I think he's out a little over his skis here. What's interesting, though, is Trump is just trying to get the deal done. And so some of it, I think, is floating it out there, see where the support is, that kind of thing. Massie will not lose a primary. He is very popular. He's also really smart. So people appreciate that with him. So if you think about his personal life and what he's been able to accomplish, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, the guy invents things like machines, Yeah. So he's not a dumb guy. What I also find interesting, though, is that the Democrat Party, and particularly the Democrat media, they're all over the place saying that Trump is losing his base over this, which couldn't be further from the truth. We can support someone 80% of the time and also voice our disdain when we disagree. I disagree with Trump going after Massey. I think first of all, it's a losing case because Massey will win the popularity war on that in his state, in his district, right? But on the other side of that, there's just bigger fish to fry, right? Like there's other people you can get, so go try and win them over versus putting Massey down. But let's not pretend that Massey's always been this perfect, principled conservative that always made the right decision. He hasn't always made the right decisions. And so it's okay to point out when people are wrong, but it's also kind of interesting that the left think that this is going to be the big divide. Of course not. It won't. I personally would rather Trump use his power, his influence to prop up principled conservatives, right, who want to cut all the frivolous spending, like get him on board and say, you know what, we're going to disagree on this one, but I want your opinion on the next thing that we do. And that, I think, would impress everyone. And I think Massey would be on board with that also.
One of the things that is going on this morning, there is polling out there, take it for what it's worth, that shows that the American people are getting more worried about the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs on the economy overall. People apparently, again, according to some polling, believe it or not, souring on Elon Musk. Now, we do see that there will be an impact on tariffs. You and I have talked about this. There will be some prices that go up. But according to some, people are beginning to sour on the tariffs because some prices are going to go up and have gone up. But it's kind of like what you said just a few minutes ago. You can still support Donald Trump and be a little side-eye on these tariffs because some prices are going up.
Yeah, I mean, wait until their paychecks go up, and it doesn't matter then. It becomes a wash because he's going to reduce taxes for everybody. I think, he let us know, Trump did, that we're going to see a little struggle. There's going to, it's going to get worse before it gets better kind of a thing. But the price of gas is down. The price of eggs is down. We're talking about reducing taxes.
Inflation is down, EJ? Inflation is down. We got those numbers yesterday. Right?
Yeah, so good things are happening already. And I think, be careful when we see these things that say the base is turning on him and all of a sudden Elon Musk is not very popular. And, those kinds of things that could just be media propaganda. I don't trust polls anymore. They're always skewed one way or the other. And then, consider the source. And then just go talk to your friends. Like, what is your own eyes and ears say? What does social media look like for you? And I would say that it's bunk. There's no way that people are souring on Elon Musk enough that it's going to somehow hurt what we're trying to do in the Trump administration.
Well, and even so, if somebody is, I'm going to air quote this, souring on Elon Musk, Trump is well ahead of it because he's put his department heads, his agency heads in charge of the hiring and the firing. Musk has some input, but it's the agency heads who are dealing with the day-to-day of their particular agencies that will make these ultimate decisions, which, EJ, obviously that's the way that it's supposed to be. And if we're bloated with, for example, the Department of Education, the Department of Energy, whatever, well, then those agency heads will look at who's doing what and make those decisions.
Right. And every one of them so far has been doing really, really well, short of maybe two or three, in owning that media narrative. Marco Rubio comes to mind as being just this remarkable Secretary of State. I don't know about you, but I didn't expect that Marco Rubio to show up. So I'm pretty impressed with that. He's cutting spending like crazy. He is owning every media interview and basically putting the radical left in their place. Same for Scott. Bessent? Bessent. He's doing a remarkable job. Lutnick, also doing a remarkable job. So I think, once we start seeing Kash Patel arrest people, that will help us kind of make the narrative again about restoring law and order, fiscal responsibility, just being a more normal country than the crazy radical activist nonsense that we have seen since the Obama administration.
All right, EJ Host, how can people find you on social media?
Yeah, run over to X. I am at EJ under the radar.
All right, EJ, always great to have you on. Thank you very much. Have a safe weekend. And again, stay weather aware. We went ahead and changed the poll as I was talking. So now the poll question, KGB, how did you frame the brand new poll question? Find us on YouTube, watch us, subscribe to the channel. New Daily Dan poll is...
Are you getting worried about Trump's tariffs? Are you starting to get worried?
Are you starting to get worried about Trump's tariffs? All right, very good. And remember, you can be a supporter of Donald Trump and still be concerned about Trump's tariffs. It is 6:52, and Joan Jones has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we're facing a weekend filled with potentially severe weather. We've got what we're expecting and when we're expecting it. Coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Spring and summer are upon us. What big events do you have planned? Whether maybe it's a big corporate event, maybe a family reunion, a family event, maybe Easter, maybe some sort of a graduation ceremony or a party, maybe a wedding at your home. Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. They can look really fancy as well if you have a wedding or a graduation ceremony, maybe some Easter festivities. Now, Nashville Tent and Awning, they've been around since 1884. These folks are indeed a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry as well. So they are one of the top companies in Nashville, and they can help you with whatever you need. It can also be, relatively speaking, a permanent structure as well. You can extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even here in the next several months when it starts to get really hot. So call them, 615-329-3701. Get some visuals and check it out online at their website, NTACO. NTACO is what I like to say, NTACO.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. It is Nashville's Morning News. Got a lot more. By the way, coming up, State Rep Mike Sparks is going to be joining us at 7:35 in studio. And he's got a couple of pieces of legislation that we've actually spoken about here on Nashville's Morning News. Number one is, should we lower the age of bus drivers from 25 to 21? That's one of his pieces of legislation. The other one that we're going to talk about is that legislation that would allow these paycheck loan places to raise that interest rate. Remember, we talked about that. I think right now it's 30%. Would allow them to raise it up to 36%. In other words, do we allow these loan paycheck places to really, and this is my opinion, prey on people who are poor, and it really sends them into even more of a debt cycle. And so we'll talk about that. We talked about that quite a bit, I think about a week ago or so, because I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think it is predatory lending. We'll speak to Mike Sparks about that coming up here on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so real quick, we changed the poll. I think basically, KGB, what we're going to have to start doing on these polls, it's not going to be the Daily Dan poll anymore. We keep switching it out because I've got like ADD in that way. So the new poll is, are you getting concerned about Donald Trump's tariffs as we're seeing, some prices go up? And so what are people saying?
Another landslide, 91% to no.
I cannot get a good controversial question. I don't know, Joan, I'm
You stopped your interview to say, oh, I got a good one.
I did off the air. I said, KGB, I've got a great one. And of course, shanked it again. 7 o'clock, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In Talbot's Corner this morning, there's a traffic incident to tell you about here. The 24 eastbound lanes at the off-ramp to southbound I-65. That's exit 44A, by the way. We've got a crash, and the off-ramp right shoulder is blocked off, and a pretty big backup behind it as well. Stick around for more right after the news. And our top story all throughout the day is, of course, going to be our weather. We've got a 1-2 punch weather system that is headed our way, and Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro is telling us that the first batch of bad weather arrives in the overnight hours.
Tonight into early tomorrow morning, not a whole lot has changed. Areas along and west of I-65 still at that elevated 3 out of 5 risk.
Yeah, and the risk for thunderstorms that produce damaging straight-line winds and heavy rain, also a few tornadoes and large hail, cannot be ruled out. Also, there is a Saturday storm on the way as well.
Most of the area is under that elevated 3 out of 5 risk, the exception being far northwest middle Tennessee and parts of southwestern Kentucky. Heavier rainfall going to be one of the main concerns, damaging straight line winds up to 65 miles per hour or more. We could see some decent sized hail, and your tornado threat, of course, it is there, something we will pay very close attention to.
And we will keep you updated with all the latest information right here on WTN as well. Other news, a capitulation from Democrat Senate Leader Chuck Schumer, who now says he will back a House Republican spending bill. ABC's Ali Pecorin from Capitol Hill.
Minority Leader Schumer signaled that the dam has finally broken. He came out making that announcement that he would provide a vote to keep the bill moving forward. And usually we don't see party leaders making announcements like that unless they know that they have the support of at least some members of their party. So it largely seems like Democrats are not going to stop this bill from advancing, and we will avert a government shutdown. But obviously, nothing's baked until it is completely done.
Now, ABC is also reporting that reporters heard shouting during a closed-door meeting of the Democrats on the government shutdown issue. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks fell again Thursday, with the S&P plunging into correction territory, meaning more than 10% off its record high. The Dow Jones lost another 537 points to close below 41,000 for the first time since September of last year. The NASDAQ composite took the biggest hit, falling almost 2%. Thursday's sell-offs came after the latest threats in the trade wars, with President Trump talking about 200% import fees on European alcohol. That came in response to the EU's hitting American whiskey with 50% tariffs. That itself was a response to earlier tariffs put in place by President Trump. A threat of U.S. tariffs on European cars isn't the only thing BMW has to worry about. The German automaker's net profit fell 37% in 2024, partly because of falling demand in the Chinese market. And 3 days before St. Patrick's Day, McDonald's is putting 25 cents of every Shamrock Shake sale toward the Ronald McDonald's House Charities. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We've got stock futures this morning, all on the plus side. The Dow futures are up 239, NASDAQ futures gaining 223, and the S&P futures, they're up 48 points. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Pretty light volume this morning on the major roadways heading in. Goodlettsville, Louisville Highway, southbound side at I-65. Got a crash there. And out at the airport, a crash. The right entrance lane is blocked off from I-40 westbound at Donaldson Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A really interesting immigration data came out yesterday, and Kayleigh McEnany and the folks at Fox News were talking about
immigration accounted for all U.S. population growth in 2022 to 23, the first time since 1850.
So just to, get this right, the number of illegal aliens coming into our country, according to NBC News, outpaced the number of births of U.S. citizens. That is absolutely insane. That tells you just how bad it was under the Biden administration. And obviously, to sound like a broken record here, but who are these people that have come in? We don't even know. That's why the American people voted on this issue. This, of course, and the economy. But
So you had the entirety of the increase of the U.S. population coming from immigration, most of it illegal, rather than live births of U.S. citizens. That's stunning.
Yeah, it is stunning. And she points out, remember that the Biden administration was also arresting people, but then releasing them into our country. So they were, as Kayleigh McEnany put it, cooking the numbers.
Yeah, they were saying that they were being deported.
Yes.
When they were being released into the America. It's unbelievable.
Well, this is
the
what
lie.
This is what. Well, okay. Are you surprised?
No, I guess
Are
not.
you surprised, Joan Jones, that the Biden administration was lying to the American people?
I just want to believe that there was something honest about this administration. There was nothing honest about what they were doing. Not a thing.
You know, you're right, because let's go through the lies, right? So the border is secure when clearly it wasn't.
Yep.
They tried to tell us that somehow inflation was good.
And transitory.
The inflation was going to be transitory. It was not. We could talk about staying with illegal immigration, where they told us that the Border Patrol was whipping those Haitian refugees when they were not. They told us that crime in big cities was not going up when it was obvious that it was. I mean, I'm sure that's just off the top of, well, they told us that Joe Biden, had all of his mental faculties.
Yeah.
That clearly was not true. I mean, we could probably sit here and riff for an hour on the number of lies that, I think I did a show one time where it was like, what was your favorite Biden lie or your most infuriating Biden lie? You know what I'm talking about?
There's a lot of them.
You know what, super texters, you tell me, what is your most infuriating? No, I'm not going to change the poll. Super texters, what is your most infuriating Biden lie?
Got to put a cap on how many polls we do in a day.
No, we're not going to do that. I will not be restrained. Anyway, moving right
Free
along.
country.
7:10 on Nashville's Morning News. So Kayleigh McEnany, again, pointing all of this out. Bill Maloogian, right? Everybody loves Bill Maloogian, reports on X that gotaways under Donald Trump are down to 77 a day. 77 a day.
Wow.
Biden, it was at least 1,830. So last week in Virginia, ICE has actually now arrested, I think this was last week or earlier this week, 214 illegal aliens. And by the way, this was even with all of the warnings from the local media, right? Because we all know what's been going on there. So last week, ICE arrested 214 illegal aliens in Virginia, including 3 gangbangers, a Jamaican murderer, a pedophile, and a Honduran sex offender. And these are the people, realize, these are the people that the Democrats are trying to protect.
If you look at the percentage of criminals that are being arrested, because everyone's like, we don't want to get non-criminals, that's our focus, 73.4% of those arrested have been criminals or those with a criminal charge, more than 1,000 gang members. Think about all the lives saved from fentanyl, all the Lake and Rileys out there whose lives might have been saved because this administration's taking it seriously.
Yet the Democrats are protesting in the streets. You've got the likes of AOC and Jasmine Crockett and all these people on the left who are just apoplectic that Donald Trump is deporting some of these folks. And so you have, by the way, it's not just the politicians. You have local sheriffs, local DAs, local congresspeople, local mayors and so forth, all of them trying to protect these illegal aliens. Did you see, by the way, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, the lawyer for the family burned by the illegal alien in the subways of New York? Remember that whole story? The family has now released a statement, the family of the woman. They've released a statement, and the lawyer read it. And the family, as they should, they're putting the Democrats on full blast.
We as a family wanted to know how this monster, this individual responsible for taking her from us, was ever allowed back into this country. How was he permitted to walk free and committed such a heinous act? It's a question that weighs on our hearts heavily and our minds. And I believe that question needs to be answered by the Democrats.
Yeah, her name was Debrina Kawan, and the guy that killed her was named Sebastian Zapita Khalil. And he had been protected, stop me when you've heard this before, he had been protected by New York's sanctuary city policies. He'd been arrested, deported, came back in, arrested, protected by those sanctuary city policies, and he was out and living amongst the people of New York when he lit that poor sleeping woman on fire in the subway. Meantime, I love this. You can see this video on the X feed, Dan Manda's show, my X feed. Border Czar Tom Homan is walking in, and all of these idiots are chanting, and they're rushing him. And he comes walking in just calmly, kind of strutting in a little bit, actually. You know what he's doing, Joan? He's casually eating an apple.
Oh, I love it.
Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see it, but I love that.
And he's just eating an apple.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care about you people. I don't care about your stupid chant. As a matter of fact, let's get ICE in here and start deporting you people. I mean, that's he didn't say that, but I mean, it'd be pretty funny if he did. These pro-illegal immigration nutcases, by the way, in case you couldn't tell what they're saying, no hate, no fear, immigrants are welcome here. And here's the funny thing, the stupid thing. We all agree. Legal immigration is welcome here in America, not illegal immigration.
Right.
A few other tidbits, by the way, in the news today. Venezuela has agreed to resume deportation flights. Richard Grinnell posting on X, I am pleased to announce that Venezuela has agreed to resume flights to pick up their citizens who broke U.S. immigration laws and entered the country illegally. The flights will resume on Friday. That, of course, is today. Venezuela, everyone knows, is home to one of the most notorious migrant gangs in America, Tren de Aragua members, who have been among the administration's primary targets for deportation. So, you know, and somebody mentioned on the super text line, and it was a great point, which was, why doesn't anybody, because I was playing audio from AOC earlier, and she's, of course, hyperventilating about all of this. And so the question that you would ask someone of AOC's, you know, somebody who loves illegal immigration, do you support Tren de Aragua? Do you support MS-13 being here? Because that's who Donald Trump is trying to deport and ultimately, you know, obviously get out of our country and then slam the door shut and not allow these people to come back into our country. And that's a great question, because you'll never see that. You'll never hear that on MSNBC or CNN. All they want to do is focus on the poor mom. You know, she's been here, she's got 4 kids, and she's trying to make her way in the world. And evil, orange man bad, Donald Trump is trying to deport her. The reality is that Donald Trump is trying to get the worst out first. Other people are getting caught up in it as well. But here's the bottom line. Illegal is illegal, isn't it? Illegal is illegal. And by the way, there's a lot more to this story on illegal immigration. I've got a lot to cover between now and 9. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, well, it's a little dicey. As a matter of fact, Joan and I have been talking about this all morning long. Today, we're okay. A high of 77, windy, some clouds as well. But overnight tonight, in case you're just joining us, overnight tonight, they're talking about really bad storms. They're talking about, I mean, everything, right, Joan?
Yep,
I mean, we're talking
everything's
about
in the mix here. We've got high winds, lots of rain, the potential for straight line winds. Those are really damaging. Also, tornadoes. You know, they're a possibility for today's storm. Well, today being tonight, and then again tomorrow. So it's going to be 2 straight days that we really have to keep our eyes on the sky.
Yeah, it could get very bad, very dicey. So again, we are keeping an eye on all things related to the storms. That is, again, going to be on tonight, heading into Saturday. And then all day Saturday is going to be rough as well. So you want to stay weather aware, and appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. J.D. Vance, of course, our poll question currently is basically, are you getting nervous because of Donald Trump's tariffs? Earlier, we were talking about how it's okay to be a Donald Trump supporter and start to get nervous about these tariffs if you are seeing prices beginning to go up. I actually talked about this, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and I heard from a lot of folks who were saying, yeah, lumber's going up and aluminum's going up and, this is going up and that's going up. And so it's okay to be a Donald Trump supporter and still get nervous and be nervous because you are starting to see prices go up. So we changed the poll question. I think it was about, 6:45 or so. The new question is, are you worried about tariffs? And KGB, what's the current number?
86% to no.
86%, you're saying no, you're not worried about the tariffs. Yeah. You know that the president has said, short-term pain, long-term gain. Really what he's trying to do is he's trying to completely, seems to me, redo the American economy. I liked what J.D. Vance had to say. He was on Laura Ingram's show. I think this was last night. This is part of what he said about tariffs.
First of all, I think the president's been very clear. He wants to impose tariffs on foreign importers because he wants to bring investment and jobs back to the United States of America. So what I'd say to those business leaders is I think the president has actually been quite clear about what he wants to accomplish: build more in the United States of America, invest more in the United States of America, raise wages for workers in the United States of America, and you don't have to pay these tariffs at all. There is, as the president has said, a recognition that we have to accept, which is that, look, Joe Biden left this economy in a disaster. He ran the highest peacetime deficits we've ever had in this country. Yep. He left us with a significant debt crisis. And the president has come in and said, look, we have to accomplish a lot of things simultaneously. We have to bring down inflation, which I think we're making some good progress on. We have to actually ensure critical government services like Social Security and the military function for the American people. And we also have to force businesses to invest more, not overseas, not in Chinese workers, but in American workers.
Yeah, and he's right. And by the way, guess what? It is working. And remember, one of the things that Trump wants to do, I don't know if he'll be able to accomplish this, but one of the things that Trump wants to do is actually replace income tax with tariffs. And so there's a lot of things that Donald Trump is trying to do. There's a lot of things. Remember the whole thing about Donald Trump and 3D chess and all of those other things. Basically, what he's trying to do is, number one, as I just mentioned, replace income tax with tariffs. That's number one. Number two, he wants to bring all kinds of jobs and manufacturing jobs to America. And as you just heard J.D. Vance say, absolutely. And we have seen success over I don't have it up right now, but we've seen the chip maker from Taiwan. What is it? $100 billion, somewhere between $1 and $200 billion. They have brought that business now to America, all of those jobs. We have the auto manufacturers that are bringing jobs here, opening plants here as well. Apple, the biggest, one of the biggest examples, $500 billion, bringing all of that investment to America. And the point is that they did all of that and a whole lot more to avoid the tariffs. Short-term pain, friends, long-term gain. And I know it's tough, especially if we're going to start seeing prices go up on, groceries and that kind of thing. I get it. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. To me, I'm a Trump supporter. I can't imagine there would be anything that Trump would do right now that would make me less of a Donald Trump supporter. There might be things that he will do that will make me pause. But at the end of the day, I've got confidence, number one, that he has America's best interests at heart. That is number one. And number two, there's not a darn thing that Democrats could ever do that I would approve of, because let's be honest, they've been acting like fools for the past 4.5 years, if not obviously a whole lot more. But it's gotten a lot worse since Trump took office the first time. All right, enough of that. 7:22, Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones has the news at 7:30.
Yeah, round one, and then round two, we'll have some stormy and potentially severe weather around here all the way through Saturday night. All right, get your pencil, Dan. Everybody else, got a checklist for what you will need to be prepared for these storms headed our way. That's coming up here at 7:30.
Batteries. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to, KGB and I, we can actually, let's guess and see if it's on your list.
Okay.
You want to do that?
You want to do it now or what?
No, we're going to do it before your newscast.
Okay. All right. I like it.
Okay.
Coming up at 7:30.
All right, 7:22, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Now, I've been telling you for years about USS, United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. You know, they've got 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this one recent review on Google. A guy says USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And he gives USS 5 stars all the way, just like I do in my house. They're great to work with. Now, they can help you with a whole bunch of things. Go to their website, USSTN.com, to see the entire list. But yes, they can help you specifically with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call them. USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Well, that pre-summer stress is beginning to kick in. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Listen, if you need help, like many of us do, check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or it is free. Now, I've done this. My pants are noticeably looser, but if you don't see the results you want, that session will be free. So you actually have nothing to lose. Now, this is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. folks are coming from everywhere because what Contours offers is unique and effective. If you want to see how it works, find them online, contoursllc.com. And right now, a great offer. Right now, they're offering you a $99 belly buster special to the first 10 callers. That is normally a $600 value. First 10 callers right now, $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. ContoursLLC.com. $7:28. All right, so real quick, what is on Jones' get ready and be prepared for the storm list? I'm going to say a generator, of course, from Generator Supercenter, of course, and also a bunch of water.
Okay.
All right. What
Water
do you
was
say?
not on my list.
You just took my big one. I was going to say tons of water. Okay, well, easy to make food, just like those dry food, basically.
So you guys are thinking like we're going to have lights out for a long time.
Okay. Hold on. Rain boots.
Batteries for your radio.
Batteries, yes.
Batteries for
Bing.
your radio.
Yeah.
Tuned in automatically to 99.7
Yeah. Yep.
FM.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's for people that... No.
That's got to be every day, by the way. That's got to be every day. Every day, 99.7 W10. That's how you're prepared for everything. Have your radio tuned to 99.7 every day.
You don't need to do that. Don't influence him. Don't encourage him.
Even batteries.
No,
Even in places where you don't need batteries, like in your car, maybe your computer, whatever, 99.7. You can even watch us on YouTube. You can do all of that and a whole lot more.
You guys don't need to. Live life. Live life.
Moving right along. 7:30 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the big story this morning is all about the weather. As we've been telling you, 2 weather systems taking aim at the Nashville area over the weekend. Now, one will arrive tonight. The worst of the storm is hitting while we're asleep between 2 and 4 a.m. Now, there's more bad weather that starts in the midday tomorrow, and it's that one that has a better potential for heavy downpours. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro on that.
We are going to get so much rain in such a short period of time. You have to watch out for small creeks, definitely areas of poor drainage. Most of the mid-state should fall between 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. However, there will be some areas that see between 3 to 4 inches. And I'll tell you right now, a lot of that has to do with where the heaviest of the downpours are going to set up. So I want you to think about even the interstates, parts of 40, 65, and 24. There are those areas that really have a tough time keeping up with multiple rounds of heavier rainfall. So that could easily cause ponding on roadways. Those poor drainage areas can flood. Keep in mind to never try to drive through a flooded roadway.
All right, so here's where the checklist comes in. Got your flashlight? Are the batteries good? How about making sure that your phone is completely charged up, maybe an extra battery charger? Do you have weather apps downloaded that you're prepared to turn off the do not disturb mode on your phone? And your safe space, is it all clear and ready to use? Just want you to be thinking weather alert for today and tomorrow as well. Now, in Tennessee, state lawmakers have put off a vote on a constitutional amendment that would deny bail to people charged with violent crimes, including murder, rape, and terrorism.
Well, we have one member who's not here. We have a member who is out sick, and And, when you're taking a matter as serious as amending the Constitution, I want to make every effort to try to have all of our members present.
Yeah, and that vote is scheduled now for Monday. Taking a look at stocks this morning, the stock futures, everything is pointing up. It looks pretty good so far. Dow futures plus 257, NASDAQ futures plus 249, and the S&P futures, they're up 54. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732, Dan Mandis here. And America is, of course, as you know, full of gun stores. But here in Middle Tennessee, my home for all things two-way is the Glock store. Whether it is training, buying, upgrading, you can count on the Glock store. Now, listen, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that there's so many custom and performance parts. There's a lot of ways to upgrade your gun. For example, you've got night sights and competition triggers, red dot optics. Now, I've done all of these on my Glock. There's so many ways to upgrade your firearm, and they can do it at the Glock store for free and while you wait. There's always a gunsmith on duty, and yes, you heard that right. You buy the parts, they will install them for free while you wait at the Glock store. That's why this is my gun store. There's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store. Free parts and installation is just one of them. Find them online, shoot270.com or glockstore.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, glockstore.com. .735, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I want to tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co. Listen, you need a pole barn in your life, and with Stoltz Co., they are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You could just live in it. The thing is, a pole barn from Stoltz Co., they are flexible and, yes, built really well as well. Now, you could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Thing is, these pole barns from Stoltz Co., they will increase the value of your land. You can call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them online anytime, Instagram, Facebook as well. See amazing examples of their work. Their website, great website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
Well, on 24, the westbound lanes, just before I-440, it's a stalled out car that's blocking the right exit lane there. And you also have a crash on Louisville Highway southbound in Goodlettsville. It's right at I-65, and that's causing some delays as well. The interstates otherwise look really good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Well, we've been talking all kinds of national issues today, world issues as well. Of course, Ukraine, Russia, that's always in the news as well. I want to focus right now on the great state of Tennessee and a couple of bills that we've actually been talking about here in the last couple of weeks. And State Rep Mike Sparks is joining us in studio, and District 49, Smyrna, Laverne, and Murfreesboro as well. Yep. Mike, always great to have you on. How are you?
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, so let's talk about the school bus age bill. And so basically what this is, and we talked about this before, where you want to lower the age of school bus drivers from the age of 25, you want to lower that to the age of 21.
21, yes, sir.
Now, did you find this when this came down the pike a while ago, did you find this to be controversial? Because I didn't. I mean, it does seem to be a bit controversial.
Well, you know, this happened after I think the guy's name is Jonathan, if I'm pronouncing right, Walker, who was responsible for the loss of 6 kids in Chattanooga. In my opinion, it's a knee-jerk reaction, and government is often known for this. If we have a tragic event, and all of a sudden lawmakers want to run bills and pass legislation. But 6 kids were killed. The guy shouldn't have been driving a school bus. He was 24, so the Department of Safety's idea to solve the problem is go to 25. We're the most restrictive in every state in the union. Dan, I can't make this stuff up. We're the most restrictive in the nation and the world, more restrictive than Russia, Cuba, and North Korea. I can't make this up. We talk about workforce development, lessening bureaucracy and regulation. This is a good bill that's gonna do that. Now, will it help 1%, 5%, 10%? I don't know, but I definitely know that it's going to help.
So I remember that story out of Chattanooga, the 6 kids getting killed. And I would agree with you, actually, where he was, you said he was 24.
24.
So they raised it up to 25. But, I mean, previous to that accident, what was the age for bus drivers?
21 in Tennessee.
So had we seen a rash of 21-year-old bus drivers careening down the street?
Now, this guy had numerous complaints on him and priors before that. Parents and even students complained on him. So the checks and balances obviously weren't in place. You know, it disappoints me, the Department of Safety, I'm disappointed with them that they've actively working against this piece of legislation, going to lawmakers' offices working against it. I did talk to Commissioner Long, who I hope is familiar with this. And I just told him, I said, I don't think this is a hill you want to climb and fight against, because we have a shortage of drivers. I mean, Fox 17 reported 72 bus shortages, route shortages last year, and they may carry 85 students. So that's what, 6,120 students, Dan, that may be at bus stops that parents are going to have to go get the kids, drive them to school. And it's everyone agrees it's a crisis. What disappoints me, the Department of Safety, is when the liaison called me, hey, we can't support your bill. I said, well, what are you doing to help the crisis? It was just silence. And we have a lot of silos in government where this department's not talking to that department. And this is a good piece of legislation that can help. But I come up with this after meeting with school bus drivers and contractors. This wasn't just me coming up with this. I just knew it was a problem and started meeting with. In fact, I'm meeting with some at 11:30 today. If any bus drivers in this area want to meet, we're meeting at Smyrna Town Center. And just talk about some of the obstacles that they have, higher insurance costs, school buses. It's a monopoly, the manufacturer of school buses. That's where I like Musk and Trump. Maybe Musk could look into this. Get these buses are like $200,000 now.
Yeah.
Totally unsustainable. But anyways, there is a meeting at Smyrna Event Center 11:30.
What are the bus drivers by and large saying? I would be curious to know what bus drivers think of lowering that age from 25 down to 21.
Well, I had 2 testify. I had David Settles, who's a school bus driver. He's on the Murfreesboro City School Board, and he's also president of NAACP. Not that it matters, but it was really interesting to have him come up and speak. And he spoke extremely articulately. I mean, he said something that really touched me. He says, "I'm the first face a child sees. I'm the last face a child sees. I can improve their day, or I can discourage their day." Then I had Isaiah Heineck, who's a school bus monitor because he can't drive, and said that he reached out to me through Smyrna Mayor Mary Esther Reed, had him call me, and he's always wanted to drive a school bus ever since I was 6 years old. He come up and testified, but he can't drive under this till he's 25, and he testified very articulately. And there's not a lot of 21-year-olds, Dan, that's going to want to drive a school bus, or 22 or 23. But this younger generation, I don't think they have the work ethic that my generation had. But there is a void, even if there's just 5 in my county. That's 5 routes that are solved.
Well, and here's the thing: is it's not about an age; it's about a maturity level. It is about, can they do the job? Are they stable? Are they going to be triggered by kids that are misbehaving? You can have somebody who's 26 years old and not have that maturity level. So I would agree with you that just an arbitrary number of 25 doesn't really tell you whether someone is going to be a good bus driver or not. So where, and by the way, the obvious is you can, so wait a minute. So you can buy a gun and you can join the military, but you can't be a bus driver.
Yes,
I mean, that's obviously.
In Tennessee. And that's the fault of the Department of Safety.
All right, so where are your fellow Republicans and Democrats on this?
Usually when you get to know folks, you can usually know who's supportive and who's not. Who's for lesser government, more efficient government, who wants big government. Not every Republican, in my opinion, is a true fiscal conservative.
You don't say.
I'm just saying. Lowell Russell, who I think the world of, he's a former state trooper who was in a horrific accident, almost lost his life. Lowell, I really thought Lowell would be against it because he, worked for the Department of Safety. He's strongly supportive, and he gave me a pie graph of the day. And my assistant, hopefully we can get them in the color copies. But he said, Sparks, it's not the young drivers having wrecks, it's the older ones that have wrecks. He said, I had one driver. He said every year he always had some kind of a minor mishap, but the average age of a school bus driver, if I'm not mistaken, about 53. This will fill a gap, but I appreciate it. I mean, I do have some folks that are very supportive. Todd Warner, I think William Lamberth, and Jeremy Faison, and some others that are supportive.
What are the arguments? I'm going to ask you, what are the arguments against this? I'm curious. Yeah. What are the arguments that you've heard against it?
It's a knee-jerk reaction. The people in Chattanooga the Republicans don't want to support it because of the emotional element around what happened in Chattanooga.
7:45, real quick, time to check the roads on WTN.
Westbound before 440, a disabled vehicle blocks the right exit lane. Goodlettsville, Louisville Highway, we've got a crash southbound at 65. No problems coming in on 65 or
7:45, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, oh boy, today's fine, but tonight and overnight into Saturday, we've got a lot of problems. First of all, your weather today, a high of 77, windy, cloudy, but then tonight, as the evening wears on into the early morning hours, everything is on the table. We're talking about high winds. We're talking about hail, possible tornadoes as well. So you've got to be weather aware when you go to bed this evening. And by the way, that bad weather is going to last all the way through Saturday. We do finally get a break on Sunday. Your complete forecast is coming up on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN State Rep Mike Sparks is joining us in studio, District 49, Smyrna, Laverne, and also Murfreesboro, talking about this move of yours to lower the lower the age of bus drivers from 25 down to 21. Yeah. And is there anything other than the knee-jerk reaction from when the horrible accident happened a couple of years ago in Chattanooga? But what are you hearing from the people locally who have an issue with this? Do they feel like the maturity level isn't there, or like what are their problems? Well,
that's what a lot of folks. I mean, my district, everybody's fine, and shout out to Clarissa Smith and Cindy DeMumbry and Phillips, who gave me direction on this, and Isaiah for testifying. Now, you're always going to have someone that thinks a 21-year-old isn't that mature, and some 21s aren't that mature, and some 50-year-olds aren't that mature, some 30-year-olds aren't that mature. But overwhelmingly, folks are supportive. Representative Robert Stevens, I believe, may have an amendment on this at 23 to try to pull in some votes. I'd rather get this thing passed at 23 than lose it at 21, but I think I have the votes even at 21.
Okay. And when does that vote happen, do you know?
It's coming up this week. It's either Monday or Thursday.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Another bill that we talked about quite a bit here. Actually, it was one of those 99-to-1 issues where 99% of the listeners agreed that it was a bad idea to allow these payday lenders to raise the interest rate that they could charge people that come into these payday lending places. And a lot of people say that is predatory lending. I agree that it is. You're dealing with the people in our society who, in my opinion, are really trying. And that just, you go in and you have to borrow $1,000 and now you're going to owe, from 30 to 36% would be the new rate. Now you're having to pay an additional $360 on that $1,000. I mean, to me, it does sound like predatory lending.
Oh, it's predatory, all right. It's loan sharks. Let's legalize
loan sharking.
Yeah.
A lot of conservatives feel that way.
And we need, this is why I told Chris Davis, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning him, no one takes a stand anymore. Our ministers are silent. No pastor is going to talk about this Sunday morning. If there is a pastor, text me, tell me who it is, 525-3198. And it's just disappointing when you kind of see your country kind of going to hell. I don't know if that's one of the words you can't say, but is it?
It's too late.
Okay, but anyways, I mean, it's just sad, Dan, and that's what I appreciate about you and Matt and others who do take a stand, because y'all have a strong voice. Oh, I guarantee you there's many people that are pissed me talking to you right now about this. And I love Jack Johnson. This is Jack Johnson's bill. Representative Powers, it's his bill. But it's a bad bill. No constituent. Dan, here's what people need to realize. What constituent called Jack? What constituent called Representative Powers? And I love both these guys. But nobody called and said, hey, man, I got a problem with interest rates. I want to pay more money. This is what I like about Elon and Donald Trump. Let's get this relief off of people, because it is really bondage. And if you don't believe how bad this is, I went after a guy, Tennessee Title Pawn at Jackson Heights, made a video. If you type in Miss Helen Predatory Lending, and Fox 17 kind of helped me. They were trying to take this woman's car. Take her car. They advertise it. Oh, here's a loan for 11%. And if you watch, I made a video about it. I videoed him. And I said 11%. So I zoom in on the contract. It's 132%. He wouldn't budge. She got trapped in two loans. She had a sister in the car who was special needs, battling cancer. Her sister's now passed. She's in her 60s. And it's just tragic because people are just silent on this kind of stuff. And his goal, I used to be in the car business. I knew what his goal was, is to take the car and turn around and sell it for a huge profit. And these departments within state government, they're not doing anything about this, Dan. They're silent. They're just as complacent as Jack Johnson and Representative Powers are for running a bad piece of legislation.
So one of the things that they I forget who it was, but said that these payday lending places, they have a right to make money. Inflation is going up and all of these other things. But as I pointed out in a previous monologue, I am against this.
Thank you.
Is that these payday lending places, they're making hundreds of millions of dollars every single year. So to me, I mean, what do you think? Is this going to pass or not?
Sadly, probably yes, because they don't donate to me. They don't donate a nickel to me. They don't donate a nickel to my campaign. These groups. The powerful lobby. These are the most powerful lobbyists in the state of Tennessee.
Who's that?
The payday loan industry. Okay. The whole thing, man. I mean, I can't believe people don't know about this, but they don't donate a nickel to me. And sadly, it'll pass, Dan, because who was it? Was it Edmund Burke that said, all that is necessary for evil to triumph evil is for good men to remain silent. And there's good men, my pastor, others, and they'll remain silent. And sadly, this will pass. And, I've got Nissan cutting back, Bridgestone laid off 700, Bargain Hut closed, Big Lots laying off. I mean, do people care about that? These people who are desperate, they lost their job. My wife touched on me, her cousin and her husband got laid off, or they're getting laid off next month. And a lot of people are desperate. They got to pay the electric bill. They're trying to pay maybe it's medicine, and they're going to go bar, and they're going to get trapped and suckered. They're going to say, oh, this is 11%. Yeah, it's 11%. All right, it's 11% a month.
Yeah.
They're a piece of SHIT, in my opinion. And people need to take a stand. Thank you, Dan, for you taking a stand. And if you listeners, call 741-1100, call your lawmaker, and say this is a bad piece of legislation. Don't vote on it.
When does that vote happen?
I believe it's either Monday or Thursday.
Okay.
It came through calendar rules. But I'm telling you, man, the silence today is deafening. But the one thing about 99.7, y'all do take on the issues. You do talk about it. And it does make a difference because if lawmakers, I guarantee you, they're all calling right now, like Mike Sparks on Dan Mann Show, and like you sent me that text the other day. Remember what you sent me?
I don't.
Can you use that word on the radio? Remember you said you could piss off everybody before a session.
No, we don't.
But my goal ain't to piss people off. My goal is just to stop this bad bill. Yeah. And what you ought to do, everybody that votes for this, you ought to just put it on your website. Here's who voted for it, who's voted against it. The 99% that's against it, the one guy that's for it, I bet he owns a title pawn business or payday loan industry.
And with that, 7:53, how can people find you on the socials? I know people are probably going to have some questions.
Well,
are you on the socials?
I'm under Michael Sparks, Michael Sparks on Facebook.
Okay, very good. Find him on Facebook, and always appreciate having you on. It is 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan.
Well, it is a severe weather alert day. We're on watch for some potentially severe storms that would arrive around starting tonight and then last through tomorrow. So it's a long stretch. We'll keep you updated here on what we can expect coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here. Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you actually can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Now, Xfinity built a network that is 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need it most, like at the coffee shop, in line at the grocery store, or maybe at the game, all to power more of what you love. Whether you're a gamer, streaming, or working from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. And right now, through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in that first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask us how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 300 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Good morning now, 8 o'clock here at Super Talk 99.7, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's a crash this morning, Music Valley Village at McGavock Pike and Music Valley Drive. Be careful around that area. The majors, though, are doing okay this morning. More in traffic right after the news. There is an elevated risk of severe weather for the Middle Tennessee area this weekend, and it starts tonight all the way through around midnight tomorrow night. So Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro telling us that there's a 3 out of 4 risk of severe weather during that entire span. But for tonight into tomorrow, the first batch of storms, the risk is highest to the western portions of the region west of I-65. And then on Saturday, the risk is more widespread.
More of us are in that elevated risk, a 3 out of 5 on that scale, the exception being far northwest middle Tennessee and parts of southern Kentucky.
And he says the risk Saturday is for winds gusting higher than 65 miles an hour, heavy rain that causes flooding in poor drainage areas, and hail and tornado threats too. Keep it here. We will definitely be keeping you informed. A silver alert has been issued for a missing Nashville man. TBI saying that 53-year-old Robert Harvey went missing March 4th near Albion Street. He's 5'11". He weighs 240 pounds and he has blue eyes and red hair. Now, Henry is nonverbal, and police say that he has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return home safely. Anybody with information is asked to call TBI. At Columbia University in New York, several students involved in last spring's pro-Palestinian protest on campus have been expelled and suspended. Some recent grads have also had their diplomas temporarily revoked. This comes as federal agents descended on that campus last night. And that's where ABC's Lindsay Tuckman was reporting.
In a statement, the interim president of Columbia said in part, quote, "I am writing heartbroken to inform you that we had federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security in 2 university residences tonight. No one was arrested or detained. Despite the unprecedented challenges, Columbia University will remain a place where the pursuit of knowledge is cherished and fiercely protected."
Now, the Trump administration demanded the school make massive changes to protect Jewish students before they get their $400 million in funding back. Meantime, Hamas is set to release the last American living hostage being held in Gaza.
Hamas this morning announcing they are set to release American hostage Idon Alexander. It's also promising to release the bodies of 4 more hostages who died after being taken captive in the October 7th attack. No timeline set for the release. This comes as talks continue in Doha to try and work out the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News. At the Foreign Desk.
Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Stock future gains have held this morning. The Dow is up 277 points, about a half hour here before the opening bell. We'll keep our fingers crossed. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. That crash scene at Music Valley Village, still there this morning. It's a crash on McGavick Pike at Music Valley Drive or Opryland Drive. And it's been there quite a bit with a big backup around it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hey, just so you know that I really do pay attention to the folks that text in on the Super Text line. Guy says, this is 6504, and because he disagrees with my stance, Joan, on the whole payday lending thing, because I don't like it. I do believe that it is legalized loan sharking. 6504 says, and he's got a good point, this is a matter of freedom, not financial. He says, I don't want anyone restricting a business's decisions. He says, love you to death, thank you, but I passionately disagree with you on this one. And I believe that that is a fair argument against this. I mean, if you are, and here's the other argument. The other argument is, and I did all this before when we talked about this a few days ago, but the other argument is that there's these folks that payday lending places, they are lending to people who would not otherwise be able to get money. I did. I took phone calls on this, didn't I, KGB? So, because a guy called up and he was, railing against the payday lending people. But then I said, what would have happened, though, if you weren't able to get the money from the payday lending place, albeit at a far higher interest rate or a very high interest rate? And he said he would have been screwed. So I can make the arguments both ways on this one. I do believe that it is predatory lending. By the way, Representative Mike Sparks did name check Jack Johnson. And so I have shot a text over to the Senate Majority Leader, Jack Johnson, and asked him if he would like to respond, as any good talk show host would do. And so if he responds, we would love to, have him on to, because he does support it. And so we'll have to see. There's good argument, I suppose, on both sides. But I do believe that I'm trying to be fair to all sides. But I think, to me, and I've been lucky enough, I've never had to, deal with one of these places. But I have heard from so many people. And when this came up a couple of days ago, I mean, we got crushed on the phone lines where people wanted to tell their stories of, the fact that they were really, and I'm going to air quote this, but victims of these predatory lending places. So I get it. I do think raising it from 30 to 36%, then you have the, as far as the APR that you can charge people borrowing money. But again, you can also start screaming about free market, right? You can talk about free market as well. So if you're a free market kind of a I'm arguing with myself. I hate when I do this. But the free market, where if you're a free market kind of guy, well then, okay, then let these payday loan places charge whatever interest rate they want on these payday lending loans, and then a new place will come in and charge less, right? So you could, just arguments all the way around. Hey, we changed the poll question. So we're talking to State Rep Sparks about and I know that we've done this poll before, but we were talking to Representative Sparks about bus drivers, and should we allow the age of bus drivers to go down to 21 years of age versus 25. We did ask that before, but it seemed appropriate to ask it again since we were actually doing the interview with the guy bringing the bill. So, and I can't remember when we did this poll a few weeks ago, what the end result was, but eye-rolling KGB. What are people saying? Joan, KGB is eye-rolling me at this point.
I know, I can feel it.
Have you seen
eye
that?
roll.
You know what? Was your camera on?
No, but that is absolute slander, sir. There was no eye roll.
There's truth. There's truth to
Your
that.
truth is different than fact.
Wow. Whatever.
Whoa.
You know what? I'm going to start calling you Poll Boy. All right, Poll Boy. Just tell me what the poll says. I'm just kidding. Love you, man. What? He's pretending he's leaving. So how did we frame the poll?
So do you approve of bus driving age being brought down to 21?
And
it's our closest poll so far, 62% no to 38% yes.
See, I don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, why would you not?
Yeah.
We had one accident
Maturity.
at 24. I understand maturity, but we didn't.
I mean, have you seen the 21-year-olds nowadays? I think that's where people are looking at rather than because there's always going to be a good egg in the bunch. Like when it comes to 21-year-old being like if they drive a bus, they'll be.
You're closer to the age of 21 than I. Far closer.
Yeah.
No, I mean this is a
no.
compliment.
I'm saying
you can relate to this, but here's what I would say to that, Joan, and you can be the arbiter of this. So if someone at the age of 21 is willing to be a bus driver, that tells me that they are mature enough to be a bus driver. Am I wrong on that? Yes or no?
No.
KGB, what do you think about that?
I will say this: there's sometimes with these jobs, especially 21-year-olds, there is still parental pushing when it comes to jobs at that age. Like even though they're technically on their own independent, majority of people that are 21 have a parental guidance of like, hey, you need to get a job. Hey, a bus driver thing, and they hand them an application kind of thing. That is very common. So it's not like if they're going for the job because they want it. Sometimes there's a parental push to get a job, and they look at a bus driver as like something they could easily get. Does that make sense?
Yeah. A 21-year-old male bus driver on the bus with a bunch of high school girls is a problem.
They should know that, like
a recipe for disaster. Okay, but what if it's a? Okay, I'm going to turn this around. What if it is a 21-year-old female bus driver, and you've got a bunch of testosterone-laden high school kids? That is also a recipe for disaster. But does it matter if it's 21 or 25?
Should we have an age limit of who gets on the bus for those? But like, so if a 21-year-old, would they be able to drive like the kindergarten or middle school, and then the older adults get the high school kids?
No, I don't know what the answer is to this. I believe the answer is 21 years old. People are hitting I can't read all these super texts. They're coming in fast and furious now.
I will read them for you.
A lot of curse words. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
A lot.
21 is way too close to 17.
Oh, stop it.
School bus driver.
17-year-old me was a lot different than 21-year-old me. I can tell you that.
School bus driver pay
hair
is
doesn't
so
count.
low. Lucky to get anybody.
There you go.
There is that, but there are some districts that do pay well. Am I right about that?
Define what well means.
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have asked Representative Sparks. Well, what is the average bus? What are the problems? Like, let's be honest. Okay, hold on. Time out. Joan, if you were unemployed, would you drive a bus?
I don't see why not.
KGB, would you drive a bus? He's like, I'm already thinking about it.
I mean, probably I can't say that on air. I mean, probably like if it was my last case scenario, probably. I mean, I think I can get other jobs in a short amount of time. Like I can go to old previous employers and just get on my hands and knees going, are you hiring?
I would drive a bus.
You would?
I would absolutely drive a bus. I have no problem. I mean,
somebody makes
depending on who I'm driving.
Yeah, well, bus drivers, I think they have to drive a number of different grades. Like you'll see the same, I think. You have a bus driver drive like a kindergarten through third grade, then 5th, 6th, 7th grade, whatever it is.
Kids are monsters.
I think. Well, not all kids are monsters, but yes.
But a majority of them are going to be on that bus.
Most people have aides on their bus to help out with that. Somebody said you can get a CDL and drive 18-wheelers at 21.
I got a good point there.
You can go into the Army and go to war.
Well, that's what I said. You can buy a gun. You can go into war. I mean, you can drive an 18-wheeler.
Yep.
You can drink at 21, right?
Yep.
Is it 18 or 21? It's 21?
21.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it's silly to raise it up to 25. And Representative Sparks, I believe, was right when he said that this was a knee-jerk reaction to what happened in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
I think this was before your time, Joan. But
It was. I was surprised to hear that story.
Yeah, it's a horrible story
Yes.
where a bus driver, 24 years old, crashed. It was apparently his fault, and so they knee-jerked the age to 25.
Yeah.
But see, my point was, and I said this during the interview, but wait a minute. So that was just a few years ago. Before that, was there a rash of 21-year-old bus driver accidents? That was my question.
Yeah.
And he didn't answer the question, but I don't think he actually heard the question because it was kind of like an aside on my part. But I don't know. I think if we are desperate enough to, get bus drivers, then I think that, yeah, we really do need to lower that age. All right, is it age 16? Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather for today, it's going to be dicey indeed. And we're talking about high winds, 77 degrees, cloudy as well. Really bad weather overnight tonight, where we are looking at everything under the sun. Joan, we're talking about tornadoes. We're talking about hail, heavy rain as well.
Winds, straight line winds. Those are really damaging winds.
They are.
Hail. The winds themselves, they're talking about over 65 miles an hour, maybe 70 miles an hour. Just the windy part's not even when you're talking straight line winds. So, it'll be significant.
Do you have trees? I have trees, and I'm just waiting they're going to come down.
Yeah.
Every time we get this weather, it's like, oh, crap.
So what was it, last week or the week before? We had that really big windstorm. We lost a tree in our yard. And we have others that, when we look at them, we think, maybe we should take that one down. I think we're too late for that, for the storm.
My problem is I've got a neighbor who, I love my neighbor, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But I've got a neighbor with these trees, and to me, they look flimsy. And he's debated whether or not he should take them down or not.
Yeah.
So Mother Nature may do it for him.
Yep.
And the problem is if it
could come down on your house.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Is if these trees come down, there's a very good possibility they'll come down on my house.
That would not be good.
No, it would not be good. I'm used to only having to deal with leaves in my pool, the occasional frog, but an entire tree in my pool and my really expensive deck that I just paid to have redone a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That would be a big issue. Moving right along. 818. By the way, Representative Sparks, do you know how much a bus driver in Metro Nashville makes? He says averages $50,000.
See, I thought the bus drivers do make good coin.
Well, you'd have to put up with other people's kids. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah. Nobody wants to deal with other people's kids, do they?
Teachers?
Well, right. It requires a special person to do that.
Teachers are very special.
Yeah.
And bus drivers are very special, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I believe that they should, teachers and bus drivers, they should all make as much money as they can get because, they're doing God's work, especially the teachers.
Yeah.
I mean, the teachers, and you got to separate the teachers from the teachers' unions, by and large, and especially the teachers that I deal with in Wilson County. They're awesome. Riker's teachers, they are incredible. From when Riker started in kindergarten all the way up to he's in 5th grade now, every teacher he's had and the entire school where he goes to school in the entire district has been amazing to work with. So you have to, number one, separate the teachers that are truly looking out for the kids, which there are, I believe most. But then there is also the teachers' unions, which are quite frankly out for themselves, in my opinion. And you also have the teachers that are they're in it for the money. They no longer care about the kids. They don't even know why the heck they're still doing this.
Yeah.
And they are problematic to say the least. And they're really pro-union. And I could go into the whole thing about teachers and COVID, Chicago, and keeping the kids home and all of that. But I won't. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News. Because you know what? I've been there, done that. I talked about it, and I'm trying to leave COVID in the rear. Oh, I had some news. I had a crazy COVID story. Let me see if I can squeeze that in coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 8:20, Joan Jones has the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, don't let your guard down. That's what forecasters are telling us about the weather that's headed our way this weekend. Stick around. We've got the latest information on it coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, Super Text line is open, and a lot of people chiming in on this stuff. 615-737-9986. Listen, that pre-summer stress is beginning to kick back in. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Now, if you need help, like so many of us do, check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose a couple of inches of fat in that first session, or it is free. Now, what have you got to lose? I did it. My pants are noticeably looser, and if not, that session, again, is free. Now, you know the Contours in Cool Springs. I've been there many times now. It is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology, and folks are coming in from everywhere because of what Contours offers. It is unique and effective. Now, see how it works at their website, contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com. And by the way, right now, like right this second, operators are standing by, as they like to say. Contours is offering you a $99 belly buster special to the first 10 callers. That is normally a $600 value. First 10 callers right now, you're going to get it for $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Find them online, contoursllc.com. 827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. That COVID story I thought that I had actually wasn't all that important. However, or interesting. But, and somebody asked me what I do. How do I prep for this show? I don't know if anybody really cares about that, but if y'all want to talk about that, we can talk about it during the crisscross. If you really want to know, I don't know if anybody really cares about that. But listen to this. This is interesting. And I think you reported on this, Joan. Hamas agrees to release, is it Edan Alexander?
That's exactly how to say it, Dan.
The last living American hostage. And they're releasing him, who is alive. They're also releasing apparently 4 bodies.
He's 21 years old, this kid.
21 years old.
Yeah.
He's been held captive for 525 days. And, he's being released again, along with 4 other bodies. So I don't know about you, but when I read that, it really angers me because, okay, let's then start releasing all of the bad guys that we're holding or that Israel is holding.
Yeah.
Let's start releasing their bodies.
Yep.
As opposed to releasing all of these terrorists who they do end up having to release and they're alive.
And that really ticks me off. And because for every one American or Israeli hostage they release, Israel releases, 100, 120. It's wrong.
It's absolutely wrong. I've monologued on this for years and years because this has been the status quo. And I think I asked one time Stephen Bucci or one of the people from the Heritage Foundation, explain to me why it is that one Israeli or one American hostage is worth 75 from the other side, 75 Palestinians or 75 terrorists and so forth. And you know what he said? That's just the way it is. And I didn't really understand that, and I didn't want to push back on that. But you know what? It's not right. It is not right at all. And of course, a lot of the people. The other thing to pay attention to is usually you have people that are citizens, Israelis or Americans that are released. And the people that Israel will release, they're terrorists that have broken the law and done abhorrent things. So, you've got good people that are being released on their side, and then we have to end up releasing all of these terrorists in exchange. It's just wrong. It is absolutely wrong. All right, it is 8:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's a crash on 40 eastbound at Stewart's Ferry Pike this morning. Careful of that. The 1-2 punch of storms will dominate our weekend. Let's talk about the timeline here. We'll have thunderstorms that begin moving in from the west around midnight tonight. They could produce some dangerous winds and possible tornadoes sometime before sunrise. And then more storms will arrive tomorrow, right around lunchtime, and that threat there will exist perhaps until midnight tomorrow night. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
An elevated 3 out of 5 on that scale. That's for the overnight tonight into early tomorrow. Weakening as we head out toward the plateau, but everyone's still under the risk for severe weather tonight. Then all day tomorrow, most of the mid-state is now at that elevated 3 out of 5 risk.
And the worst of the storms tonight comes while we're all sleeping. So you want to make sure that you have multiple different ways to receive alerts on your phone. And also make sure that you take your phone out of do not disturb mode before you go to sleep so you don't miss any alerts. Also know where you'll take cover if you need to. Hamas is set to release the last living American hostage being held in Gaza.
Hamas this morning announcing they are set to release American hostage Edan Alexander. It's also promising to release the bodies of 4 more hostages who died after being taken captive in the October 7th attack. No timeline set for the release. This comes as talks continue in Doha to try and work out the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News. At the foreign desk.
2 drivers are in the hospital this morning after a crash on Broadway at 13th Street. This happened about 3 o'clock this morning. Police on the scene say that the driver of the SUV may have run a red light and collided with a taxi minivan. Both ended up flipped over in the middle of the street, and the occupants of the SUV, they got out and ran from the scene. Money News here, brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Now, we are just into moments after the opening bell here, but it looks like we do have some gains already on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 152, and NASDAQ is up 245 right now. The S&P 500 index beginning 48 points higher. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. As we're about to find out this weekend, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get really crazy really fast. You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and, yes, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. One more time, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. .834, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. D.T. McCall's. Listen, if you need a gun safe, D.T. McCall's, they can help you out. And right now, those gun safes are sales tax free. Now, they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because they offer free delivery and free setup. A lot of these other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for the smaller models. D.T. McCall & Sons, you know what else they do? They deliver every safe for free every time, and they're not going to charge you a setup fee either. This is why you need to go to D.T. McCall's for your next gun safe. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online. More details and information at dtmccalls.com. That's dtmccalls.com.
Hermitage, a crash, 40 eastbound lanes at Stewart's Ferry Pike this morning. And then they're still working that scene on McGavick Pike, the crash at Music Valley Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, and thank you for being here. It is the Crisscross.
Oh, you're welcome.
With Chris Hand. Hello, Chris. Thank you for showing up today.
You're welcome.
KGB's here as well. Joan's here. Good morning, Joan.
Hello.
So Chris says that he's going to call out one Joan Jones. This ought to be interesting.
Uh-oh.
I am.
So
what now?
What did she do?
She went full Klaus Schwab yesterday on me.
Full what?
Klaus Schwab.
You don't know who Klaus is?
World Economic Forum.
Oh, yes, of course. Klaus Schwab.
Creep. What did I say?
You told me to feed my kids bugs.
Oh.
I miss here? Dude, this happened. This had to be after I left.
You know they'd like it.
See? You see this? You see what I got to deal with?
You know they'd love it.
For the record, the audience loves her so much, they would listen to her and the audience would feel.
She sent me a text yesterday. She said, "You will eat Z-bugs."
Z-bugs?
That's what she said.
Okay, but hold on there. I like, does it matter what kind of bug?
Oh, yes, it does.
Because listen, anything chocolate covered, man, I'm in.
That's it. See, Chris?
How did you know?
Yeah.
Did she cover this earlier today?
Eat that, buddy. No.
Has she been pushing pro-bug propaganda on you too, Dan?
Pro-bug propaganda. Trademark that.
Again, dark chocolate is good on anything. What was the story, Joan?
The story is the cicada story.
Oh.
And
right?
I said my boys are excited because last time the cicadas came around, we were tying strings around them and flying them around the yard.
Jesus.
Like a balloon?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
That's impressive you managed to pull that off.
Brooks, it's really my 7-year-old who does it. He's just fearless.
You know what? I've met...
Don't they bite?
No.
When we had that pool party, he was going after bugs.
Yeah.
At Brian Wilson's house.
That's when he was big into beekeeping over the summer.
Yes.
So he would grab bees out of the air and then just put them in like a little container, like a holding cell. And I'm like, "You're going to get stung." And he's like, "Dad, if you're into beekeeping, getting stung's part of it."
How long ago was this pool party, and why weren't me and Joan invited?
Now, because we're well before your time.
Okay.
So
I was about to say, my feelings almost got hurt.
So here's the thing, though, is that you can't eat, well, number one, you can't eat bees, can you? Because they have a stinger.
This wasn't about the bees.
It's about the cicadas,
It was
Dan.
about the cicadas.
Because cicadas, chocolate covered, are alleged to be pretty good.
Alleged. See, she hasn't even done it herself, and she's
no.
pushing it on my kids.
Wait a
Way.
minute. So...
They have a great constitution.
So who's the, do they sell chocolate-covered cicadas here in town?
I don't know of anybody that sells them. Joan wants me to start digging them out of the yard and doing it myself.
You can, though. You can.
Can you buy chocolate-covered cicadas?
Well, I can tell you that they were for sale in Washington, D.C. Last year or the year before.
DC is the place for freaks.
Yeah, it's a globalist haven. They love eating the bugs.
I know you can buy crickets to eat. I know you can buy like chocolate-covered and salted and sugared crickets. I don't know. I didn't know cicadas were.
I mean, if you're gonna eat cicadas,
they have an especially good crunch.
Oh God! Good Lord.
Okay, I think I may not be on
taking this too far
on board for the crunchy cicada conversation.
Do you see what I have to do with like the audience loves Jones, but behind the scenes she's pushing this kind of stuff on us constantly.
The ego is Gindor.
So let's see here. We're gonna Google.
There's nothing better than Googling live on the radio.
Where can I buy chocolate covered cicadas?
CICA.
This is how he actually
Nashville.
types in real life.
Oh,
there you
stop
go.
it.
Where?
He's picking on me all the
words
time.
it out
Jeez
every
Louise.
time.
So I'm getting Goo Goo Dolls. Goo Goo clusters.
band?
Goo Goo clusters.
Oh.
The Goo Goo Dolls, of course, a great 80s band, or was that 90s? Whatever. Moving on.
Were they a great band?
They got me.
Goo Goo Dolls are overrated.
Candy Shop Prank?
Goo Goo Dolls don't exist.
They're fake.
Them and the birds.
Fake news.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Okay,
Fake news.
so cicadas are a good source of protein. They're low in fat, and some people even roast them or cook them in stir fries or street tacos.
I'm pretty sure Bear Grylls ate one.
Where
right?
though, Joan? Where?
Yeah.
Bear Grylls Bakery.
She's like Guatemala.
Yeah, Thailand.
You know, where they do such things.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. You know
Yeah.
what? One of us should be on the super text line because I bet you people are telling us right now where we can buy chocolate-covered cicadas.
Cicadas kind of taste like peanuts, says 6.
There you go.
I lost someone. I lost their number. Oh, there it is. 6276 says cicadas taste like peanuts.
TB says the Goo Goo Dolls were actually late 90s. Come on, Mandis.
I just want the audience to get the full picture of Joan Jones and the globalist propaganda that she's spreading behind the scenes.
She's
I'll
teaming
be
up with
having-
Downey. She's teaming up with Downey Jr.
I will be having a Delmonico steak, but your kids can eat bugs.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Don't waste the
is
steak
this?
on kids.
Hold on, though. Can I ask a question? So, but why is that a bad thing if Joan is telling people to eat bugs? Like, why is that a bad thing?
It's just the Klaus Schwab.
Yeah.
It's the Klaus Schwab push.
I'm
They're
prettier
trying
than
to get
Klaus
us-
Schwab.
Fair.
Why can't But just because
So is a
Klaus
90-year-old hag,
Schwab
but-
tells people to eat bugs doesn't mean people have to. What if I want to eat bugs?
Do you?
Can't tell me what to do. I'll eat them on my own accord.
Listen, if you put like 9 layers of dark chocolate on a cicada, I'll go ahead and eat it on the air.
75-46. John the Baptist ate locusts.
Ew.
Bam.
And you call yourself a Christian.
Oh,
Man, that's funny.
Well, I just had to,
got a
I
lot
had to
of
go.
praying
I had
to
to
do.
put this on the record.
Yeah.
Just call,
Okay, so you're
calling
you're
her out
against,
to our listeners.
You're
is
against
ballsy.
eating bugs.
Yes.
And that is World Economic Forum kind of stuff.
I just wanted to highlight the globalist tendencies of one Joan Jones.
Okay, but here's the deal though. If you're free market and if there's a market for
That's right.
dark chocolate covered bugs, then you should be for bugs.
You just Googled it looking to buy them and couldn't find it. There is no market for this.
There's
Larry's-
markets for chocolate covered bugs.
It's seasonal.
Larry says cicadas have no artificial flavoring.
They only come around in the
Listen,
springtime.
if
There's
you're looking
different
for-
varieties.
If you're looking for, you could also put, if they taste like peanut butter, you can also put peanut butter on them.
Oh.
You could have
maybe peanut butter and chocolate.
You could have
Right?
like
A cicadas Reese's?
Yeah, cicadas Reese's.
And then put
peanut
them in the
butter.
freezer, let them freeze up a little bit. Oh, yeah, there's good crunch there.
What is it? You like crunch, Joan.
Yeah, I do.
I'm learning more things about Joan.
Would you actually eat a cicada, Chris, or KGB or Joan? Would you actually do it?
Pay me and I will do it.
Well, you're getting paid to be here, so I'll take that as a
Can
yes.
I get some more so I can buy food?
Actually, you know what's funny is, well, you're going to get cicadas to eat. Is there a
Oh,
problem?
yeah, touche.
0691 on the text line says Bill Gates is pushing this cicada thing. It's
Yes,
Bill
he
Gates
is.
and one Joan Jones.
Joan Jones is on the Bill Gates payroll.
What happened to if you're living off the grid and you're like a hunter kind of a person?
I'm not.
then-
I live 2 minutes away from a Kroger. I'm not off the grid by any
not
stretch of the
talking about-
imagination.
I'm talking about- I'm talking about generally speaking. If you're a person who is off the grid and you are a hardcore conservative, as some of these off the gridders tend to be, then you hunt and you can eat cicadas to sustain yourself, because what happens if Kroger turns out to be a big old leftist organization?
Yeah, there you
then
go.
I'm
Yeah.
not gonna give Kroger my money. They're a bunch of leftists.
Would you consider going after cicadas hunting or gathering? I feel like it's more of a gathering.
It's a gather. You don't need a spear to get a cicada.
Yeah, no.
I guess it's a gather. Does it matter?
Maybe a little jar. You can
Gathering or hunting? Does it? Well,
they're
facts
two
matter,
separate
Dan.
jobs.
Facts matter.
take out your gun or your bow and arrow and you're like trying to shoot the cicadas.
Cicadas are cheaper than eggs, says one super texter.
Well, I don't know. Not for long.
Yeah, well, right. They're coming down.
Let's see, 76, 79, grow food, not bugs. Gross. All right, there you go.
Bug intestines.
Bug intestines. This is like a Bear Grylls show.
Can I ask
now.
a question, though? All right, so is there a difference between eating bugs and eating, like, escargot or
Not really.
frogs? People eat frogs.
My son loves frog legs.
So
Does
just
he?
so we're clear. Does
Yes.
he really?
Wait, when did
Is
you
that-
get
is that
frog
Brooks
legs?
again?
Yes, it's Brooks.
He is an interesting kid.
Brooks is a wild
Yeah.
man. I said to him one day, I was like, "There's frog legs on the menu." He's like, "Oh, I'm in." I was like, "You're in?" He's like, "Sign me up."
Are they slimy? Or
It's like
frog
it's
Well, they
like
cook
it's
them,
like-
right?
Satisfying.
It's like chicken. It's like a
It's
chicken.
like everything tastes like.
we
I bet
tried it.
cicadas
Restaurant-
taste like chicken.
Wait, Chris, what
I
restaurant
doubt
was
it.
this?
It was, I think it was Toots. I could be wrong.
Oh,
But it was,
really?
It was,
Frog
it was
legs?
fried frog legs.
What is Toots?
Toots is a Murfreesboro
Yeah.
classic.
I
Is
think
it?
there's one in
It's pretty
Nashville,
popular.
too.
I thought it was like they're really known for their chicken, but I didn't know they.
And they're frog legs.
I could be wrong. It might have been somewhere else. But
Yeah.
but Brooks, we got a basket of frog legs for the table because we thought it would be fun, and the kids would be
That
like, "Oh,
sounds
we
like
ate frog
Toots.
legs," and everybody took one little bite, and Brooks finished the entire basket.
Toots has a half pound of deep fried frog legs.
Deep
All right.
fried. There's
So
the-
then I'm going back. So I'm going back to the same thing. What's the difference? Sorry, between
Okay.
He's so
All
cool,
right,
that Dan
Dan.
Mantis.
between
Millennial
frog legs
Dan.
and eating cicadas? Is there a difference?
I mean, I guess
don't
how
mean
you
to be
prepare, how they're
problematic here,
prepared.
but-
Yes.
I legitimately think prepared is.
you
a thing.
think
Yes, I think frog legs are an absolute step above. If you want to make that argument with escargot, I think we can go there because I think snails are definitely bugs as well.
All right, now who actually
snails-
knows what
but see,
escargot really is?
They're
Do you know-
snails.
Snails.
And they're in garlic and butter sauce, and they're so fantastic.
Joan eats a lot of different bugs.
How crazy is it that I would be more willing to eat a cicada than escargot?
Really?
Yeah.
I've eaten escargot before.
Yeah, they're good.
We went to a very fancy restaurant, and I was like, we weren't paying, so I was like, yeah, let's do it.
We weren't paying.
We weren't paying.
What are the fish eggs? What do they call the fish eggs?
Caviar.
Caviar.
Caviar is delicious.
I've never had caviar.
No? Calamari?
I probably wouldn't do caviar either.
Nope.
You haven't had calamari?
You
Calamari's
guys
good.
don't know what you're missing.
Really? I just feel like it's fish
Yeah.
abortions, and I don't
Fish
really...
abortions. Chris Hand.
What?
Well, look, they squeeze them out, so.
If Chris, if you ever open up a restaurant, your caviar needs to be called fish abortions.
Do you know what I mean, though? Like, is it not?
I suppose.
How do they get the...
Chris.
Are they fertilized?
If you go to a restaurant and it has caviar, can you please, for the love of God, record yourself saying, "Can I get some fish abortions, please?"
You know what? I would actually take you to
You gotta turn
I
your
would
mic
actually
on.
take you to a fish place to have you order fish abortions.
You need to post this. This needs to go on social media. I need to see this.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'll get my own table. I need to witness this.
Sally on the text line says the global elites eat caviar.
Oh, see that?
Fact check true.
That is true. So would you consider yourself a global elite? You said you
I
had
would
caviar.
not. I wouldn't even consider myself a local elite.
Hey, listen.
What about your household? Are you the elite in your household?
No.
I wouldn't
Virginia,
consider myself
the kids,
a WTN elite. I'm not even elite in my home.
No.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
like
an answer to 6707. No, I will not be pushing eating boogers next.
Oh, not yet.
You got
Not
Dan.
yet.
You know, you put
Roast
some
that,
chocolate on it.
Right?
Oh, God.
And
kidding.
in the fridge, again with the crunch.
Goodness gracious.
Chris, I believe you're going to have a few of our listeners order fish abortions at their next meal.
Yeah.
What have you done?
I don't know why. It just feels awful. And I understand chickens have eggs, and we do that. and
What's
I don't-
veal?
Well, the difference, though, somebody said, maybe it was Joan, they force the caviar, they force them out of the
Force
fish.
it out, yeah.
There's a squish happening during that procedure.
Yeah.
Well, so but chickens,
is an egg chicken abortion?
They drop out.
Yeah,
They drop out. As
No, and
opposed
I wouldn't say that eggs are chicken abortions because they're not fertilized and they're coming whether you like it or not. You know?
Okay.
All right.
But then is caviar fertilized?
Well, this has taken a
or
turn.
Unfertilized eggs.
Oh, we're Googling this now?
We have to.
Wow.
We need to find out if we're ordering chicken abortions.
Yeah, caviar, fertilized.
6766 says that there's a risk for brain worms when you eat snails.
Is that right?
Brain worms.
I'm rolling with it. That's
Okay.
one. That's one
Now
I
I know
won't
what's
Google.
wrong with me.
I will just accept it.
That sounds
So
a lot
that's
more
what happened with
rational
Biden.
than fish abortions.
Okay, so the AI on Google says that caviar is made from unfertilized fish eggs, especially
unfertilized.
specifically from sturgeon, which are then salted and preserved. Yum.
But
So they're not
are-
fish abortions.
But they are forced out.
Well, I would, yeah.
Yep.
Listen, if we can save just one sturgeon.
Well, the sturgeon gets
they're
saved.
Arms of
Aren't sturgeons
sturgeon.
cooked as well? They get the caviar out and then they cook them?
I don't know. Do you cook caviar? I don't
No,
even know.
I mean, you cook the
I have no
sturgeon
idea.
after you get the caviar out, after you get the eggs out.
I don't know, man.
Oh, here you go. Caviar is harvested by extracting the roe, it's also called roe, from the female sturgeon, either through a small incision or by massage. So really,
Forceful removal.
It's a
massage.
massage.
It is
It's a
called
massage.
No.
Deep
That's-
tissue
that
massage.
is
Get a little
forceful
excited.
removal.
You're sanitizing
all-
fish abortions.
all
That's what you're doing.
All three of you are excusing this.
This has gone off
And
the rails.
You all completely glossed over the fact that they're cutting most of these fish open for them.
I'm going to cut it open anyways. I'm eating the darn fish.
Oh, my goodness.
Does anybody
gracious.
eat sturgeon?
I'm
Is sturgeon
sure.
something that you're eating?
Has
Wait
to
a
be.
minute.
I don't know.
Okay, so it's okay to eat the sturgeon offspring, just not the sturgeon
Exactly.
itself.
Thank you.
it's
Thank you.
unfertilized, people.
Forcefully removed.
And they put like little candles up and some low lights.
I don't want to know
and,
about the ritual
All right, we should move on.
and the Satanism along with it before they forcefully remove those eggs.
Yeah.
8:51.
We've come a long way, baby.
Another Another proud moment on Nashville's morning news. Chris, what's coming up next?
Marconi, Dan.
We're going to keep an eye on Joan Jones and her globalist tendencies. I can assure you of that. But we'll talk about a variety of things. The shutdown has been avoided. A little bit disappointed. Not going to lie. We're going to talk about Trump versus the Dems, the legal challenges that he's had to deal with, Russia, Ukraine. And I didn't get to it yesterday, but I do have some thoughts on the Department of Education.
All right, 8:52, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Matt here. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You are going to save time and make the most money. Now, with that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. Now, with that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. As the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online anytime. MarkSpain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. $8:55, Nashville's Morning News. Want to check in with my buddy Tony from Cabinet Solutions. Tony, I wanted to talk to you this time around. I've had a couple of brand new homes. I was able to go in and choose the cabinet for my new build, and you offer cabinets for builders, right?
We do. And I want to reach out to them today and just let them know that not only do we do homeowners, but we take care of builders too. We've got very, very attractive and aggressive packages that we can do for them to get their prices way down.
So how many different styles of cabinets do you have? And they're good for any budget, right?
They are. We got budgets from the lowest all the way up to the top, and we've got 15 brands that we can offer, and we can mix and match for those builders, and we can also bundle with flooring at almost cost if we're doing their cabinets. So we can get them in a price point that can make them very competitive with their the other builders they're competing with and their customers.
All right. We've got a lot of home builders in Middle Tennessee. I happen to know that a lot of them listen to WTN in this program. So, Tony, always appreciate you being on with us. That website, go to the website, mycabinetsolution.com, mycabinetsolution.com. So I'm trying to see if. Hey, can you turn that up, KGB? Thanks. Jesus. I'm trying to see if.
Mandis, turn the music down. What are you doing?
Get off my lawn. Turn it down. I'm trying to see if fish abortions.
Just started.
I'm trying to see if fish abortions is trending.
I do know that I don't think we'll ever hit the amount of people texting the word fish abortion to us ever again.
I don't think so.
That's the high score today.
By the way, people are saying, Dan, have you ever eaten mountain oysters, also known as hog nuts?
I can't believe you just said that on the air.
Do they taste like nuts?
I don't know. I probably shouldn't have said that.
So we're done, right?
Cicadas taste like nuts.
Did we just get
That's
canceled?
what they say, right?
No. Anyway, whatever. So, have you ever had cow tongue?
No.
I haven't either.
I think we're getting this too.
Joan,
we're taking this too
have
far.
you eaten cow tongue?
No cow tongue, no.
Cow tongue is a delicacy in some areas.
Would it be considered French kissing a cow when you eat it?
Ew.
Dan, I think you got to
Ask
get
for
rid of
a
your
friend.
No,
Oh,
They're going to ask for the Marconi back, Dan.
Stop. The cow tongue is a thing. Like, people eat cow tongue.
Yeah. They eat a lot of weird stuff.
Joan, back me up on this. People eat cow tongue.
Oh, sure, Dan.
Somebody
Whatever you say, Dan.
somebody brought up monkey brains.
Monkey brains?
Yeah.
Do you follow any weird Instagram accounts where they cook some crazy stuff?
No.
There's
this one account that I follow. It's Super Ray 4K. And he finds these videos of people in all these different countries cooking the weirdest things, like horse head soup.
Valerie says cow tongue is delicious. Thank you, Valerie.
Judging you, Valerie.
She's just joshing you.
She ain't joshing. She's Valerie.
I'm judging all of us after this segment.
And I'm Dan. I'm going away. Have a great week.